Hello everyone and welcome to the 11th edition of the Menchik Memorial. I'm your host, Women International Master Anna-Maja Kazarian, and I am super delighted to be commentating on this wonderful event. It's a slight bummer that I was invited originally to participate in this tournament, but the organizers were looking for a woman grandmaster. My application of the woman grandmaster title is still pending, so unfortunately I was not able to participate here. However, a couple days ago I was asked, would you like to commentate? And I thought, yes, absolutely. So here I am, bringing you the action of this tournament. We're going to take a closer look at the tournament. It is 10 women participating here, and they're playing a round robin, so they're all facing each other, and may the best win. A couple of players, I believe 7 players, are trying to get a norm here. So there's both Women International Master norms that can be achieved here, but also Women Grandmaster norms. We have 3 Women Grandmaster players among us, at least. I believe there's also 1 Grandmaster. So that way there are 3 Women Grandmaster norms. Well, there's 3 players that can help to contribute for a Women Grandmaster norm. But you'll have to score a lot of points as the norm fighter. So, yeah. The chat is not delayed, so we have the camera delayed, the moves are delayed, but I am not delayed over here. At least that's what we try to organize as much as possible. I'm just keeping an eye on things over here. We're still sorting things out, by the way, because there's a lot of technical difficulties happening here, but we're trying our best to work it out well. Okay, cool. Okay, perfect. So yeah, hope you guys are as excited as I am about this tournament. I've been watching this tournament not super closely, but a bit from this side from time to time. As in the past couple of editions, there were some really amazing scores. In one edition, we had Andrea Navrotescu, who scored 9 out of 9. So she won all her games, which was quite a surprise, as she was definitely not one of the high-rated players. I mean, she was maybe one of the high-rated players, but not the highest-rated player. Like, it was a big surprise, as she was back then still 2200. So she had this fantastic score, and yeah, it's very possible. I mean, if you've got good tournament, it might just happen. In this edition, I do not have the list for you right here, right now, but I can show you or share with you the names of the players who are participating. We have International Master Klaudia Kulon. She's from Poland, very strong player. She is hovering around 2400 for a while now, I think. And yeah, I believe she was one of the later additions to this event. And then we have second place FIDE Master and Women International Master Lara Schulze from Germany. She is rated way above 2300 as well, so also a tough opponent for the norm seekers. And here on third place we have Grandmaster and Woman Grandmaster Ketevan Arakhamia-Grant. I believe she has Georgian origins, but she is playing for Scotland and she lives there, and yeah, she has a rating of 2270. So also a tough player to beat. And then we have Women Grandmaster Elmira Mirzoeva, 2261 from England. I faced her very recently. Also a tough opponent. I had a really tough game against her in the European Women's Chess Championship. Then we have Women International Master Cecile Haussernot from France. She is about 2250. And then we have Women International Master Andrea Marioara Cosman, rated 2187 from Romania. I'm just going through the list over here so you have an idea who we will be following in this week. Also, we have a camera view over here so you see what the vibe is of the playing hall, how it's going. And yeah, the players were going out of the room earlier and they came back for some pictures, some group photos. So it seems to be great vibes in the playing hall already. And there's a big chance that a lot of the women already know each other. I know a few women already only from Foreign Seal, from the Four Nations Chess League. I've seen a lot of familiar faces from there. So there's a big chance that these players have faced there already. So yeah, they might know each other either from the Foreign CL or from other events across the world. Then to continue and finish the list of players, we have Women International Master Kasia Dwilewicz from Poland, rated 2150. Women FIDE Master Kamila Hrishenko from England, rated 2131. Women FIDE Master Shambhavi Hariharan from England as well, also rated about 2100. And Women FIDE Master Anusha Subramanian from England, rated 2016. So, a very nice field created, and well, one of the main organizers of this event, Aga, she has done a tremendous job to put another fantastic field of 10 players here. She has been organizing the event for a while. I know I've seen her organize this for some time, and she's also the person I've been talking to about this tournament. Thank you, Hamsterham. And yeah, she does a fantastic job organizing this event, getting 10 women together, fighting for norms, and promoting women's chess in this way, because we need more tournaments like this. We need to show that women are good at chess, that we can play chess, and that we have also very fun games to follow. And yeah, we appreciate her help very, very much. Right, I'm getting word from the chat that Claudia just arrived from Kanisa Open, which was a tournament in Hungary. So there are some players here that are very active players. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how they will play out in this closed tournament, because since this is a round robin, the players know each other's opponents in advance. So there might be some heavy preparation happening here. And it is always interesting to follow round robins because of this, because some games might have some new ideas being presented. In my own experience, when I have played in round robins, opponents tend to come up with really interesting ideas. And yeah, they try to find any sort of way to out-prep you. So that may just happen here as well. We see the first move being made, I believe also on the board that we're following, from Shambhavi against Ketevan. So yeah. Some pictures are being taken, but we do see the moves already. Mind you that we are on a 15-minute delay. I tried to put the cameras on a 15-minute delay. It might be delayed even more, as you can tell. But that's better than having a view that's 15 minutes ahead. So yeah, so at least you have a good impression of what it's like in the playing hall. There we see Aga, she was taking a picture over there. I believe at the end we have Malcolm Payne. He's been the organizer of the London Chess Classic. He's also organizing lots of great events in the UK. They do fantastic stuff for chess in the UK, organizing great events. And yeah, if you are not aware, Malcolm is also running for, I believe it is vice president, co-president of FIDE. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay. All right. Well, without further ado, since we already have moves, why don't we take a look at our games? So let's move this one over here. Yeah, the scary part about organizing a norm tournament, a round robin, is that all 10 players need to be present and play every single round. If one person drops out, you have a big problem. When I played one round robin tournament, there was one sort of reserve player in case someone drops out in like last minute. It is very possible, you never know. Someone might get really sick out of nowhere, unable to play. So what do you do then? So it's always handy to have a reserve player in these sort of situations, but usually things go all right. But I can imagine as organizer that this is a very scary thing. And yeah, I was also approached to play in this event, but unfortunately due to the lack of my title, I was not able to fit in this group. But maybe next time. Maybe next time. Alright, let's take a look at the first game. Shambhavi against Ketevan. It started with d4, d5, c4, e6. They played the moves out rather quickly, so we're in a Queen's Gambit declined. And now the move a6, which is not as common. Usually bishop e7 is played, knight f6, simply to develop pieces. A6 is also... It's a move that is played often in these variations, but I'm guessing that it's sort of trying to gauge a situation. What is white going to play after this? So a6 takes, queen b3, already putting pressure on the pawn on d5, and now playing c6. This is the move that you'd like to play to defend the pawn on d5, but now with a6, you would not really want to play c6. It weakens the square on b6. The dark squares feel very weakened on the queen side, so you would rather not touch this pawn anymore. So that's why knight f6 was played, bishop g5, c6 played eventually, and now breaking the center with e4. Bishop e7 played, and now Shambhavi is thinking. She already has a good position out of the opening, she has the center. Very early on, she's able to push the pawn even to e5, she has control over the dark squares. But anything can still happen. It's early stages still. Just informing you that also the time control is 90 minutes and 30 seconds increment. That's it. There's no additional time after move 40, which means that you're not trying to reach move 40 to then get 30 minutes. No, you're trying to basically be ahead of your opponent's time, because it doesn't matter if you're on move 20 or move 40 or move 60. If you're down to 1 minute, you're stuck on a 1 minute for the rest of the game. And it is just very important. It's very important to try to stay ahead on your opponent's clock, because in time trouble, anything can happen. You can play the first 20 moves super perfectly fine, but after that, if you're down to 1 minute, if you then start making mistakes because of time trouble, that might hurt a little bit. So you have to divide your time carefully and don't waste time whatsoever. In generally, it's not a good idea to waste time in chess, but we would like to stay ahead on our opponent's clock and only use the time when we really need it. And 90 minutes may seem like a lot, but time flies, especially in classical. It's played. Carson played a6 a couple of times. It's become pretty popular. Perfect. Yeah, so Shambhavi is spending some time now. It makes sense to try to go to e5 and occupy the center, as now with bishop e7 there's no pin anymore on this diagonal. So now white has to make a choice. Perhaps white is considering also to capture here, because if you take here, pawn takes, the pawn on d4 is hanging, but is it a good idea for black to take that? I would not be so sure about that, because there might be some ideas with long castle, d takes c6. It gets very dicey over here. So yeah, already a funky position, surprisingly enough, out of a d4. In fact, it was a Queen's Gambit declined, so to get such a funky position already so early in the game, it's very exciting. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next game. Oh, Oh, okay. I believe I'm seeing double games. That is not correct. Okay, we are in... So I'm seeing round 1 and round 9. But that's not right. Okay. Let's take a look at another game. I'm just checking if the pairings are correct on here. Yeah, I see Cecile sitting over there with the black pieces. That sounds right. Okay, let's go to the second board. We have Lara Schulze against Katarzyna Dvilevic. And this was from a Roy Lopez. Okay. A6, bishop a4. I believe Lara usually plays e4, so she must be feeling in a comfortable position here. Bishop b7, d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, a3, and knight a5. Okay, interesting. It's surprising to see that Lara is already thinking here, because you play a3 with the idea to play bishop a2. So I'm not sure if there's a lag happening here, or if something else happening here, or this comes with this as a surprise. But for now, Lara is down to 1 hour and 17 minutes. I have a bigger suspicion that there's something with the DGT board, but yeah, this is the position that we're seeing right now. Just your average Roy Lopez position where white has this light squared bishop that you usually want to hold on to. And by playing a3, so either you play a3 or you play c3, but now that a3 is played instead, you have the opportunity to play knight c3. Usually the knight reroutes to through d2, f1, going to e3 or g3, but now that the pawn is played to a3 instead, now we can think of knight c3 and then knight d5 controlling the center this way. Of course, we can still try c3, d4, but that's not entirely the idea behind playing a3. That would defeat the purpose. So yeah. In any case, let's see how this board will update, because I'm not sure if this is how the board is right now. So let's just switch to a different game. Let me do this real quick. We have all the boards already set on chess.com because it's a round robin. Usually in open tournaments, we don't know the next round pairing, so we don't have the boards just yet. But here, in this case, we have all the boards set already. We already know the opponents, we already know who's playing who in which round, so that's why all the boards are set already. So I'm quickly trying to navigate here. Okay, what happened here? This is the game between Claudia and Camila, starting with e4, d6. Okay, d4, knight f6, knight c3, knight bd7, f4. I believe this is called the Austrian attack, with f4 claiming the center, but after e5, knight f3, c6. Okay, apparently white had a really good opportunity to take the advantage here by simply capturing the pawn on e5. D takes e5, d takes e5. And here it turns out that f takes e5 is better, as after knight g4, I believe you can sacrifice the pawn and then play sort of knight g5 and claim the initiative this way. Because knight g5, you're attacking the pawn on e6 and you're attacking the knight on g4. And if you try to defend both by moving, let's say this knight, let's say knight df6, then queen takes d8, king takes d8, knight f7 is a fork. So then the only move to defend f7 as well is knight de5. So this defends everything. But this feels like something is wrong with black's position. The knights are very loose over here. Queen takes d8, king takes d8 will be played. It doesn't feel right. If you can go for this with the white pieces, you'll be very happy. So yeah. It might only be Austrian if against g6. Right. Yeah, that would make a big difference. Yeah, I recognize this setup, but we do miss g6 in these variations, so this might be something that Klaudia prepared and is playing against. For this reason, she is usually very well prepared. When I played her, I got some tough positions against me as well, even though I played a line that I don't really play so much, or I haven't played that much, so I didn't think she would be well prepared against it, but turns out she was prepared against that as well. So Klaudia is really good at preparing. She's usually well prepared, so that's why you have to be careful for what she goes for. And here, knight takes e5 was played. I think the problem with knight takes e5 now is that you're helping the opponent to trade. So this is all on the board, and now I guess sooner or later this pawn will drop. Not for now, but knight g4 might be played, or knight d7. And I like white's position, but I think it would have been better for white to keep the knights on the board. Imagine if there was a knight on f3 and knight d7. Now, that's essentially the difference that we're talking about here. And by keeping the knights on the board, it is making black's situation a little bit more difficult, because the knights are trying to find a good place, and with the limited space it might be a little bit difficult to do that. So I think it would have been in favor of white to keep the knights on the board. But okay, there's also something to say about this position right now, where this king is feeling quite alone here. It might need some extra support, but yeah, for now white needs to develop still, so let's see how Klaudia does that. But it is looking good for Klaudia, that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, so for now this position, they already they went very quickly out of the opening. I wanted to say straight to the end game, but we're not quite at the end game just yet, because there's still a lot of pieces on the board. Usually people call this the queenless middle game. So it's still sort of a middle game, but without queens. So yeah, it might take a while for us to reach the real pure end game. But okay, bishop f4 played, defending the pawn, makes perfect sense. And soon Klaudia is probably planning to play long castle to then give a check with the rook here, or simply to prepare h3. I think h3 is quite a big threat, because the knight is really stranded on g4. You'll have to think of moves such as g5 to try to distract the bishop to then take on e5. But just to quickly illustrate, g5, there is a check here. So you cannot do this right away. So you have to prepare that. But instead, bishop c5 was played, and turns out that the computer is far from happy about this, because bishop c5, well, let's have a look. The idea is simple, developing the bishop and trying to get the knight to f2. But the problem is that what is happening once this knight is reaching f2? So let's say white plays h3, knight f2, rook g1 would not be a good idea because there's a bishop on this diagonal. Instead, rook h2 would be a better idea. The rook is, surprisingly enough, very safe here. And then the question is, how does black proceed here? How does black save the knight? It's looking very difficult. Bishop to g3, you can pick up the knight here. Yeah, this is quite challenging for black. So Klaudia is already doing fantastic in this game. Okay, let's move on to the next game. Anusha against Elmira. Let's see what is happening here. Knight f3 played, knight f6, b3, g6, okay. Solid setup, g3, b6, okay. Double fianchetto, perfect. Short castle, and then it's basically waiting for who is going to take control of the center first. So here, white takes the control first with d4, c5, c4, c takes queen takes d4. These positions are quite tricky. You have to understand well what to do here with black. I have been in these situations and I did not quite understand well what I was doing here. So that's why I know that you have to know where to put your pieces in these sort of structures. Especially if you're used to taking control in the center early, you might feel uncomfortable in such positions because, let's say with black, your center pawns are still at the starting position. So it's a little bit difficult to understand how to proceed here, where to put those pawns. We played d6, yes, that's what Elmira played. Knight c3 and knight bd7 played. Very good. In one of my games, I believe I played knight c6, and that was proven to be the wrong square for the knight, because yeah, it's just not doing much there, it's not helping as much, and it's actually helping white to apply more pressure. There's pressure on this diagonal. Also, when you play knight c6, you might run into a pin here, so you want to keep this bishop open as much as possible. Knight bd7 played by Elmira, and yeah, we're now in this position. Anusha has been taking her time here. It's a difficult position because you have to figure out how to continue from here. Your pieces are mostly developed, so now the question is what's next. We would rather not play e4 so quickly with white, because then it might become a weakness. We don't really want to shut down this diagonal that quickly. Perhaps developing the rooks could be a good idea, but we do have to keep an eye on knight e4. That seems to be a dangerous move, opening up the bishop towards the queen. You do have to check if there's no tactics with queen takes g7, but I believe that there are no tactics available in this position. Yeah, I believe next to this room, when I was seeing the door open earlier on the camera, I was seeing that I think there's another tournament happening. I believe the Mind Sports Olympiad is happening right now. So there might be another tournament happening in the room next to this room. So yeah, a lot of chess happening. I believe there was a Blitz and Rapid, or Blitz or Rapid tournament happening. So yeah, a bummer to not have been there, but that's okay. So yeah, for now this position, the players seem to have gotten their preparation more or less on the board. It's always a question to see who actually got out of prep first, but I think most players are feeling comfortable. Although in the game of Klaudia, I think Klaudia has taken initiative very early on already, so her prep seems to have worked out quite well. Rook 81 played the logical move, and now the question is, will Elmira play knight e4 already, yes or no? She may not want to simplify so early on, because with knight e4 you're essentially initiating a trade with knight takes c3, bishop takes, and then bishop takes, and let's say queen takes, not from here, but the queen will have to move here. So just to remove all the arrows and just to show you, knight e4, let's say queen, let's go with queen e3 just to be safe. Knight takes, bishop takes, and then bishop takes and queen takes. And then we're in this position. The question is, would you want to play this with black pieces? Perhaps if you want to try to win this, it's not as easy with less pieces on the board. But this might also be a strategy, because taking your low-rated opponent to the final stages of the game, it might prove to work. So let's see if she is up for this, because the problem is, what else can you play here? You don't really have a good pawn break here with black. If you play e5, you lose a pawn on d6. Pushing d5 is never going to happen. And yeah, you don't have much with a6, b5, that's not quite happening. a6 would only be played with the purpose of stopping any sort of knight b5. But other than that, I don't see b5 ever happening. So yeah, it's quite difficult to improve the position with black. as your pawn structure is quite fixed. So perhaps playing knight e4 and going for the trades may not be such a bad idea. Okay. Let's take a look at our final board, the one that we have not seen yet. Andrea Maria against Cecile. So, the game started with knight f3, b6, c4, very similar as the game we just saw with b3, f5. Okay, now it's different. f5, more looking like a Dutch, but without d4, so that's interesting. Bishop b2, knight f6, so black is trying to control the e4 square as much as possible, but as long as there's no d4 played, playing knight e4 is not really interesting, because after knight e4, d3, the knight will have to move. That's not quite ideal. Queen c2, bishop e7, and now g3. Okay, so Andrea is postponing the advance of this pawn. And that's fair enough. There's no rush to play d4. e5 is not happening anytime soon, and if c5 is played, you can always play d4 after that, so that's completely fine. And by playing g3, white is preparing bishop g2, and it's on the board. And yeah, these positions are usually very comfortable for white. White is sort of waiting, gauging the situation, trying to see what black wants to do. And you cannot play knight e4, as I mentioned, you cannot play knight e4 that easily. So for the time being, white is doing fine. And we'll have to see what black decides to do. Also, when you play d5 here, let's say in this position, then you're already shutting down the bishop over here. That may not be so ideal. So d5, perhaps then you will play a move such as d4, and white usually gets a lot of control in the center. Although this, by provoking d4, you do gain control back over the square e4, so it might still be worth considering. Thank you so much, Justin Conclusive. Thank you. I hope you guys are having a good time over here. Thank you, Snow Leopardi, for the 100 bits. Thank you. We are also live on the not the European. I keep confusing the names. On the England Chess Federation's channel, on their YouTube channel. So make sure to check out their channel as well. They have a lot of great content over there, all about England chess. So make sure to check it out. And yeah, we're also live there with this tournament. So I hope everything is all right there as well. Let me quickly check this. I have a shared chat function, so I can see all the chats in one place. So for those who are watching on YouTube, we're live on YouTube and on Twitch. So we would like to share this tournament with as many of you as possible. So yeah, if you have any questions, please let us know. And I'll try to answer them as soon as possible, or as well as possible. Yes, we are live on YouTube too. At least that it should be working. Okay, so far so good. Klaudia is indeed doing fantastic. Let's quickly jump back to her game. She's already in a winning position after the move h3. She's attacking her opponent's knight. The opponent's knight doesn't have many squares left. I guess you also have knight e3. But I believe after knight e3, I'm not sure if that piece is going to survive there. Knight e3 played. And I was just going to say, I believe there's knight a4. Because you're attacking this bishop, and the ugly part of black's position is that after knight takes f1, knight takes c5, this knight is trapped again. Bishop on f4 is doing a fantastic job to trap this knight on f1. And yeah, let's say after b6, you simply drop the knight back and you're just capturing the knight on the next move. So that is not right. You cannot take the bishop here. Well, what can you do? I guess there's knight takes c2. I actually missed it at first. I only just noticed it. So after knight takes c2, I guess this is possible, but... king d2, knight takes a1, knight takes c5, and I guess the knight is trapped once again, but at least black captured a rook. So that might help matters a little bit. However, we do know that two minor pieces are significantly stronger than a rook. So for that reason, white would still be winning here, but it's much more difficult than being a full piece up. Of course. But yeah, should still be completely winning here for Klaudia. So perhaps she spent all this time calculating this, because now knight e3, or she might be calculating it now. Because obviously she doesn't want to play bishop d3 because knight takes g2 is a big problem. Losing the pawn and a bishop on top of that with the fork. So I'm sure she's not looking at that, but she might not be so sure about the position and take on e3. So this is a critical position. This is a critical position. It is important to play knight a4 here, and I know that Klaudia can find that. She is capable of finding knight a4, allowing knight takes c2, with the idea that white is capturing the bishop here, as well as the knight, even after taking the rook. So let's see if she decides to go for that. But since she played h3, I'm quite confident about this. Yes, this is not looking good for black already. So let's see what Klaudia decides to do here. The more, the merrier. Bishop e3. Right. I was going to check that out. So thank you for reminding me. Bishop e3. After bishop e3, my first guess is that you can play bishop... Oh, but bishop g3, then the knight retreat. So that's not quite helpful, yeah? I guess bishop here... I'm leaning towards the knight being trapped somehow, but I'm still not entirely sure about this. Let's see what happens after bishop e3. I don't want to peek and see the solution. Let's try to figure this out together. So bishop e3, attacking our bishop. So we can take that. Knight takes. But then we have problem here, here, and here. No, I'm not entirely sure about this. Bishop e3. Ah, we're just going to play g3. I like that. Bishop e3. Simply defending the bishop with g3. But I guess bishop e3. I don't want to make the moves on the board because then we'll get spoiled. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight h6. I guess the knight is not happy, but it does survive. Something tells me there's something concrete, but maybe it's good enough. But I would be hoping for something more here. But it is looking like it is necessary here. So if we see bishop e3, what are white's options here? So it turns out there's many options. Can give a check. Bishop g3 is fine. But the best move is g3. So good job. g3 is the right move. Bishop takes, pawn takes. And after knight h6, you just have a really bad piece on h6. You can play long castle, king f2, whatever you prefer. And simply play this position out with much better pieces. It will take some time to grind this out. But yeah, Klaudia is... I think Klaudia is especially strong when she has the advantage. So it's the worst when you're higher rated opponent has a much better position, because the chances of your opponent making a mistake at that point is very small. So yeah, and she does play, oh, knight e3 is on the board. Oh right, knight e3 was already on the board. Sorry, I forgot that this was played. And knight a4 indeed played. So bishop e3 not on the board. Would have been interesting to see that play out, but after knight e3, which is a natural move by the way, knight a4 was played, and Klaudia played this also relatively quickly. She played this in 5 minutes, and the previous move she only spent 8 minutes on that. So I think she figured it all out. And yes, she is definitely showing off her strength. I mean, she's a very active player. I didn't see how she played in her previous tournament, but yeah, she has been doing really well these days. She's hovering around 2400, and yeah, she it's nice to see her grind chess so well. So knight a4 on the board, and she's already in the winning position. She's doing fantastic, allowing this move knight takes c2, which will capture the rook on a1. But because there's a bishop also attacked here, and this knight will get trapped on a1, she will get 2 pieces back for the rook. Oh, she lost about 30 points in Hungary. Oh, that is painful. Well, you know what they say? I have been told that usually you want to play 2 tournaments back to back, because the second tournament usually goes better than the first one, or you just play better in the second one. So that's why it's recommended to play 2 tournaments back to back. But yeah, that's painful. Hello, welcome everyone to the Menchik Memorial, the 11th edition of this wonderful event. Every single time we have 10 women players playing against each other in a round robin. A round robin is a closed tournament where the 10 players are facing each other in every single round. They are, well, paired against each other, and they play 9 rounds. So we already know all the pairings of all the rounds, but we don't know the results yet. Absolutely, T-Bryce. I enjoy commentating so much. It's always a lot of fun to commentate on events. I do like playing more these days than, well, I guess a mix is the perfect way to both commentate and to play sometimes. So a mix of both is great. But I was asked to play in this tournament, and the only reason I was not playing in this tournament is because I am missing my WGM title. We're waiting for approval, which will probably be approved in the Olympiad next month. So that's why, yeah, I was not able to participate in this tournament, but hopefully next time. And then instead to be granted the opportunity to commentate is absolutely fantastic. Oh, someone redeemed a postcard. I completely forgot about enabling or disabling this, but thank you so much, Job. I will reach out to you later about this. Amazing. Thank you. Just checking this real quick. Okay, perfect. No, it would only be temporary, Nude. Don't worry about this. It would only be very temporary. Okay. Let's take a look. So, Klaudia in the winning position already. Fantastic calculation by Klaudia. And seems to be a good start for her. Let's see if we have any changes on the other boards. Let's go back to the first board. We have Shambhavi against Ketevan. So here's where we left off after bishop e7. Shambhavi did play the move e5, knight h5, bishop e3 and g6. Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult position for black, right? Because the knight on h5 is stranded. The development is a bit awkward here. It's not the worst, I have seen worse, but it's definitely not what you want to have with the black pieces. So already comfortable position for Shambhavi, but this is the problem. You might be in the comfortable position, but actually trying to take the advantage might prove to be an even bigger challenge. So let's see if Shambhavi can take over the initiative here, or, well, rather take the advantage, because it's not easy. You need to act quickly. If you don't do anything in the next couple of moves, black might just play knight g7, bishop f5, knight e6, maybe not, depends on what white does. And there's a chance that black can consolidate here. Once black consolidates, it might be a problem actually for white, because the pawn on d4 is weak. Let's say the knight jumps to e6 or f5, you can then push c5 to pressure the pawn on d4. So it's quite a tough position in that case for white. So you need to act quickly here. You need to make sure that black doesn't get those opportunities so easily. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, very nice playing hall, by the way. Let me just quickly check. They are playing at the ILEC Conference Center. If you are well known in London, you might know where this is. I'm not so well informed about London, so it doesn't tell me so much. But yeah, I really loved London when I was there. I was playing in the London Chess Classic. I didn't get to see much of London, but I did get a nice night tour by car with Jay and with Hamsterham, with Hemin, and yeah, that was wonderful. It was absolutely great. We got a nice tour around the city, and yeah, London is a beautiful city. So I'm looking forward to going back to London someday. I didn't get to see the Arsenal Stadium, that's true. Ham's actual name, Hemin. Hemin. It's not so private, but I'm so used to saying his username, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, so just to quickly go through the information of this tournament, the random option was used for pairing purposes in Swiss Manager, so there was not a some crazy drawing of lots happening. It was just with the random option, and then the players were assigned with their numbers and pairings were drawn this way. And this already happened 11th of August at 8 p.m. local time. So since then, the players know the pairings, which has been like about 2 weeks from earlier. So the players had 2 weeks to prepare for this, which is quite a lot of time. So I'm curious to see how the preparation will come out on the boards. But yeah, so far we have on most boards, we have pretty standard, or let's say kind of normal positions. Although this board is quite crazy. Let me take a look. I believe we don't have the information yet of, well, I do have, so it says that the average raising is 2200. I will have to check the regulations, or the, what is it? The handbook, to see how many points each player needs for a norm. But yeah, we're still in round 1. 7 out of 9 for WGM. That would make sense, because yeah, we have a few with 2100. We have someone with 2000. So yeah, I think a lot of points is necessary to score a Norm. Okay, this is still early stages. We have all the rounds will happen this week. So today is the first round, but tomorrow we have a double round. The coverage will only have the afternoon rounds on this channel over here. Whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, we're doing the commentary on the afternoon rounds. So the afternoon games are at 3 p.m. local time, which is 4 p.m. Europe time. And we also cover the last round. So the last round is a morning round. So we will also be covering this, and it will be very interesting to see if we'll have any players with a chance for a Norm. So yeah. It is strange you don't have delay. We do have a delay. We have a delay of 15 minutes, both on the camera as well as the moves. So we do have a 15-minute delay. All right. Let's take a look. No move has been made there just yet. Okay, I think the board of Lara Schulze has some issues, because I would be very surprised if she was spending so much time here. So I hope that can be fixed soon. Let me write them real quick. Oh, I see the pictures. They've shared some pictures with me of the tournament, and it looks absolutely amazing. Okay. Yes, because I would rather have everything delayed except the stream, because in the past I've commentated on, for example, the European Individual Championship, and it does feel a bit bad when people have questions in the chat about the tournament or the games that we're analyzing, and you only see them 15 minutes later. So the chat interaction is very less, and we would like to have people talking about the tournament or what they think of the games, what they think of the players, perhaps. Maybe you're rooting for a player in particular, so let us know if you're rooting for someone in particular. Maybe you're from Germany, so you're rooting for Lara Schulze. We do have 2 Polish players, so there will be some division there, maybe. But yeah, it's always nice to have live interaction with the audience, as I think that helps a lot with such tournaments or chess in general. Yes, you can let me know what you think of the commentator too, but I might not read it or try not to. Okay. Let's see. So in the game of Andrea against Cecile, looks like there was a trade that happened earlier. Let's go back a little bit. So there was some development here. Bishop g2, knight e4, d3. Apparently there was a better opportunity here. I guess it has to do with the fact that with knight e5 you would pin this knight over here, which could cause some trouble for black. But it's not very trivial. It feels very unnatural to play knight e5. But then again, I am a center pawn pusher, so I am personally not familiar with playing without the pawns in the center. So without the pawns in the center, it feels unnatural to play knight e5. But I guess it's really nice that, let's say after d6, knight takes e4 is already quite interesting, as it looks like you have a problem with d takes e5, right? Because the knight here, well, it's an even trade now, and this knight is pinned, but it's actually not pinned at all. Knight f6 check is a discovery check, because let's say bishop takes, and then your bishop takes b7, and you are winning the exchange here. After all the trades, the rook is trapped on a8, and this will be winning the exchange. So that is why After knight e5, d6 is not quite happening, and now that the knight is pinned, this is quite unpleasant for black. So this was a good opportunity to try to take the advantage in this position with knight e5, but it's not a natural looking move. You really have to understand the position well and focus on this pin right here, but instead d3 is the more natural looking move. It makes more sense to play this. So knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, now bishop f6. So we're in a normal position, the knights have been traded, and the more trades happen, the better for black, because with black you always get stuck here with your pieces. The lack of piece mobility is making it very difficult for black to play, but for now, black is doing just fine. Already one pair of knights off the board, offering the trade with the dark squared bishops. Now the short castle d6, this knight will probably be developed to d7, and yeah, black can be very happy in this position. Yeah, so we will not be streaming every single round over here, but we will be streaming the afternoon rounds. And not all of them, but we will be streaming, I believe it is 4 afternoon games, and then 1 game on Sunday, which will be in the morning. Yeah, so for those who are wondering, who is this? It's not my commentator, no, this is Vera Menchik. She was the very first women's world champion in chess, and she was phenomenal. She was a very strong chess player already back in the day, but unfortunately, as you might be reading it in the in her biographies, she did not survive the war, the Second World War, and yeah, this tournament is held in her memorial, is a memorial for her to yeah, to pay respect to such a great player in chess. She was gone too soon, but of course her name will not be forgotten, and it's amazing that we are able to carry her name on in initiatives such as this one. So yeah, I was actually not informed on her biography until I learned about this tournament. Then I was thinking, oh, let me check it out, like what's going on, what is her biography about, and now I'm even more intrigued about reading more about it and wanting to learn more. So yeah, fantastic chess player. I believe she was playing for England for the most part of her life. I believe she was in pre-Twitch, yes, pre-internet. She was in the UK since 15 years, I believe. So she has been in the UK for a while, but she was originally, I believe, from Czechoslovakia, and for Russia, something like this. She has some origins from Eastern Europe, but ultimately she was living in UK, I believe, for most part of her life. So yeah, e4 is on the board. Mind you that the players do not get extra time after move 40. They only receive 30 seconds after every single move, and that's it. You're only relying on the 30 seconds at some point. So if you're down to 1 minute, you only have 30 seconds extra. You're never getting time back. So it's important to play fast or try to manage your time well, because once you get low on time, you will be suffering for the rest of the game. So it's a tough format. Only 90 minutes on the clock. So let's see how the players fare here. Wow, I see some incredible pictures being posted of the players. Amazing. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, I want to quickly go back to Klaudia's game as she's completely winning now. Just quickly scrolling back. Knight takes c2, played with check, king d2. The only move, by the way, that wins. King d2. Because if you play, let's say, king d1, the whole idea is that after, let's say, well, king d1, knight takes a1, the whole idea is that we take the knight with our rook. So if you waste time and put the king here in the middle, then there's a chance that black might just recover from this. So let's say there might be a way to play bishop e6 and to win this pawn on a2, or try to help the knight in some way. So now if b6, the knight moves, there's already bishop e6, helping black a lot here. So we don't have the time to waste here. So that's why Klaudia played king d2, the right move, knight takes a1, knight takes c5, and now we're in this position where on the next move, this bishop will be moved, let's say, to e2, winning the knight on a1. And black does not have time here to save the knight. Let's say b6 now, knight d3, and if bishop e6 now, well, unfortunately too late, because with bishop e2, we're already attacking the knight. Bishop takes a2, and now rook takes a1. It will be 2 minor pieces against the rook. Yes, black does have the extra pawn, and there is a double pawn in the center of white, but the 2 pieces, the 2 minor pieces, will prove to be very powerful. Also, the bishop pair, it will be too overwhelming for black. But white might still have to play this out. So, it always excites me a lot when I see someone in a winning position and they still have to convert it to a full point, because that may not be so easy. We look at the computer and we see an evaluation and we think, oh, that must be completely winning. There should be resignation in a few moves. But it's actually not that easy sometimes. So I do really like it when I see, let's say, my opponent who's completely winning. I like learning from the fact that they show me how to actually win the position. Because if I had this position, would I actually win this so easily? Yeah. So I really like it when my opponent shows me how to win. So I can then learn, okay, let's say if I have this position next time, then I know how to win this. I get really inspired by this. There have been many situations that I didn't win a position that I should have won. So it's very important to have this skill to be able to convert a winning position to a one game. Yes, I saw this game yesterday, Newt. I saw this game Phoebe was playing in the Maya Chess Festival. She was down a piece, but yeah, there was some inaccuracy in the endgame by her opponent, and yeah, then suddenly there was no way for the opponent to win anymore. And that's why it's so important to stay sharp at all times, stay focused, and not to loosen up once you are in a winning position, because that's the tricky part. You're in a winning position, but yeah, you still have to convert it. So you cannot relax until it's over. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be streaming this event almost every single day this week. Last round will be on Sunday, but this will be Sunday morning, so it will be an early round, but it will be a very interesting round because we might have, well, there are some potential players who might be fighting for a norm, so it would be fantastic to see if one of the players can get a norm in this event. We have 7 players fighting for norms, and some of them are also fighting for WIM norms. Some only for WGM, as they already have the WIM title. But yeah, WGM would be fantastic too. I know how difficult it is to get the norm. So yeah, and with this tough field, it's very difficult to get a norm in round robins. At least, unless you have reached the level already, like, you know, let's say, if you already are 2400 rated, then WGM norm might not be so difficult. But if you're 2300 or let's say low 2200, it might be very difficult to get the Nord. Like, you have to overperform by a lot. So yeah. Couldn't she have moved the white bishop to that space first and then castled rather than king d2? The problem was totally juvenile that she was in check. So it would have been ideal, but she was in check here. And there was basically no time for it otherwise. This was all forced, and there was no time to castle. So that's why it was not possible. The king had to go out. And earlier, moving the bishop, there was no time for it either. Over here. With bishop d3, then this would be hanging. So yeah, it was check. King had to move. That's why this is all forced. b6, knight a4. Clinical conversion here, as rook takes a1 is coming up next. And yeah. Well, actually, rook d8, you do have to be careful still, because rook d8 is threatening bishop a6. If you just take here, I think there's a problem here with bishop a6. Wow, you're actually losing this with white. So be careful here. Black still has some tricks. Rook d8 is on the board, but I expect Klaudia to not fall for this. She will definitely see bishop a6 as possible. Okay. Okay, let's move around a little bit. Okay, board 2 has been sorted out. That's fantastic. We'll go back to that one soon. Oh, what happened in the game of Anusha and Elmira? How do I see a dark squared bishop on b2 without a dark squared bishop of white? How did that happen? So knight e4 was played, queen e3, rook c8. Ah, very clever by Elmira. She's not opting for the trades, mostly because this is not forced. She can keep the tension. This knight is pinned, and Anusha actually took on e4, bishop takes b2, and now knight d4. Interesting decision. She's deliberately giving up the bishop pair. Well, it does help that this bishop is a little bit stranded now on b2. But it does feel very unnatural. At the same time, white is threatening moves such as knight f6. Or maybe even knight takes d6. That could also be interesting. So there are some threats in the position, and you have to be careful. I think knight takes d6 is a serious threat. So let's say a6 is played. Does that allow knight takes d6? Yes, knight takes d6. The threat is you're attacking the bishop as well as the rook. And if pawn takes, the bishop will be captured and you just won a pawn. And well, you're gonna win more this way. But obviously it was just to illustrate what might happen in case of a random move. So knight takes d6 is a serious threat, and you have to be careful. Well, I guess one way to defend would be rook e8, because after knight takes d6, pawn takes d6 is opening up the rook towards the queen. So then white is not in time with the tactics and not able to capture the bishop on b7. So that is why rook e8 would help to stop the knight threat of knight takes d6. So yeah, so far so good. I really like how Elmira is approaching this, but also Anusha with the tricks in the position. So Elmira has to be careful here. So let's see what they decide to do. I do see that either the camera or the moves are more delayed than the camera, because I see Elmira walking around while it's her turn on the screen. But that's okay, as long as you guys have sort of a good idea of what is happening in the playing hall. It's always nice to have a bit of a view of the environment. I really like how much light there is in the playing hall. There's also light next to the table, or next to the board rather, on the tables. So yeah, looks like they made sure that everything is taken care of here. I also see a lot of water bottles, so that's perfect. Hydration is important. So yeah. Alright. Let's take a look at a different game. Just going back to Klaudia's game, King c3 is played, going out of the pin on the d file, and yeah, this is looking very rough for black, because rook takes a1 is coming next, and you don't really have a good way to either delay the game further or try to get some material back for the loss of the knight. It's simply not possible. I mean, there's knight b3 because king takes b3 allows rook takes d3. So pawn takes b3 doubles the pawns, but is it actually going to be of any help? I don't think so. White can play for the long game and slowly try to improve the position. White is not in a rush here. But this may just happen. Okay. Just going back to Shambhavi's game against Ketevan. So this is already what I was worried about earlier. Earlier I said it was this position. No, not here. Over here. We left here. And here I was saying I would be worried here with White that if White doesn't do the right moves, if you just make normal moves, or let's say you give your opponent time or you give them the position that they want, you might be running into some issues, because if black is able to consolidate with their pieces, you might allow them to have a lot of counterplay. Or once they consolidate, you're suddenly in a worse position because you didn't really make progress, whereas your opponent actually did. Because there's not much wrong in black's position here, other than the knight being a little bit stranded, this bishop not really being able to develop because it has to keep defending the b7 pawn, this knight still not developed, and black doesn't have so much space. So because you don't have so much space, this is why white has a better position. But then g4 was played, and this is still fine, but the main idea is that after bishop takes g4, queen takes b7, you take the pawn on b7, and black's queen side is, well, not falling apart yet, but very close to. Actually, you have to move the knight to d7 to defend the rook here. Then you take c6, and yeah, the pawns are just falling one by one. Not ideal. So that was the main idea, right? g4, you're not allowed to take here, so let's attack the knight. But after knight g7, now the problem is that black is ready to play h5. And if you don't have a good way to counter this, you might just lose control over the f5 square. This is one of the most important squares in the Queen's Gambit declined, because this is where black usually wants to put a piece, either a knight or the light squared bishop. So here, white played the move bishop g2, and this allows black to play h5 immediately. And I don't see how white can recover from this. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely what black wants. Black wants to play h5 and take control back of the f5 square. Once the knight reaches f5, let's say, the pawn d4 will be under a lot of pressure. Just to give you a line to illustrate this, let's say h5 is played, let's say takes, okay, let's go for rook takes, and let's play moves such as h3, just a move to illustrate what's happening here. Let's say knight f5, knight f3, and now you can already start thinking about c5. Well, perhaps you need to look at the d5 pawn because it might be hanging, right? But the main idea that I want to illustrate is that after d takes c5, there might be d4 ideas. Now, it's not the end of the world, because white can always play long castle or simply put the rook to d1 to pin it on the d file. But the main idea is that you have to be careful, because black might be able to play c5 followed by d4. So you have to keep an eye on this with white. And that's why you have to make the right moves, which is not easy at all. It's not a given, but that's why the computer gives a good position here for white. But I was already worried over here that it may turn around very quickly just because you will have to play the right moves, and that might prove to be quite difficult. So I'm not surprised at all, because this may happen to anyone, that you're in a good position out of the opening, but then what's next? It's like playing against the hedgehog. You have a good position. Or playing against modern. You have a good position out of the opening. Your opponent is playing on the first 3 ranks on their side. So you have a lot of space, you have a great position, but then what's next actually? How do we seize the advantage? How do we proceed from here? How do we go from advantage to winning position? And that is quite difficult in those positions. So yeah, that is why do not be deceived by evaluation bar. It might be there, but it might not show the whole story. And that's why we illustrate this in commentary, to explain the position and what it's all about. So this is the current position. Black is still spending some time. So let's have a look at some of the other boards. Earlier I was told about this game of Cecile. So let's take a look. Andrea against Cecile. We left off at this position here, where Black consolidated very nicely with d6 here and traded off 1 pair of knights. The more you trade with Black, the happier you are, because you have a lot of more space in that case. Because finding space here with Black is rather difficult. So you would like to trade some pieces, especially a pair of knights this way. And now e4 was played. F takes e4, d takes e4. Interesting. So I'm guessing that white calculated. First of all, bishop takes e4. It's a bit deceiving, but after queen takes, bishop takes, there's a rook hanging. So you're not losing material here with white, but instead Black is losing material. So that is why this is not hanging. But then the question arises, what if bishop takes e3, queen takes, and then bishop takes e4? What about this? Well, I'm guessing the problem has to do with the fact that something about this feels off. Let's say rook e1. Because if bishop takes, the rook is under attack and the pawn on e6 is hanging. And in those positions, white has the upper hand because the knight doesn't really have a good square. It's really hard to navigate with the knight. You have the upper hand here with white because you're controlling the e-file, but also soon you can stack on the e-file and then get your rook to e7, and then it gets very dangerous. So very tough position in that case for Black. And in case of, instead of taking here, if let's say d5, I really want to play knight g5, but sadly that is not possible due to the queen on d8. But what about knight d4 instead? I want to attack the pawn on e6, so let's say we're threatening to take on e4, but also on e6. So if you take here, I'm not going to take back, although it might just be fine. But I would like to take here. Not just because everything is hanging, but there's also a checkmate threat. So that would, of course, make me very happy. So yeah. That's why it's so tricky here. And you have to be careful. So trading on c3 might be good, but taking on e4, I don't think it's that good. So yeah, you might want to hold off from taking that pawn on e4 whatsoever. Okay. Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Welcome to the 11th Menchik Memorial. This tournament is hosted by the English Chess Federation, and it is a 10-player round-robin tournament for women. So we have 10 women participating. 3 of them are WGM or higher, and 7 of them are fighting for a WGM norm. Some of them are not Women International Master just yet, so they're also trying to get a Women International Master norm. So there's a lot at stake in this event. It's so important to get a norm, and yeah, once you get a norm, no one will take this away from you. And we all know that with 3 norms of one specific title, you can apply for the title. Of course, it depends what rating you have. There are some specific rules to this, but I know from experience, the WGM norm requires a 2400 rating performance, and the WIM norm requires 2250 rating performance. And then for the titles, I believe for a woman grandmaster, you need 2300 rating FIDE at least once, somewhere, sometime. Even if you got it 20 years ago, it still counts. And for WIM, I believe it's 2200. So you need to reach 2200. And then with the 3 norms, you can apply for the title. So yeah, there's a lot at stake for the girls here. It matters a lot because, yeah, 1 norm out of 3, it's a very big deal. And also it helps a lot mentally. Once you get your first norm, you might think, it might give this confidence boost of, oh, I can do it once, why not twice? Why not a 3rd time? It's only 3 times anyway that I have to do this, so why not try for it as much as possible? So it's a good motivation boost for the players, and of course, giving opportunities not only to the norm seekers, but also to the players that already reached the title. So they got opportunities to play with a fair share of the conditions. And yeah, it's fantastic that the English Chess Federation is able to host such an important tournament, as yeah, we don't have too many of this. I believe we had one of such a tournament in the Netherlands a couple years ago. It was, I believe, the top 10 tournament. The name was something with top 10. It was a very long name, but essentially it was a similar 10-player round robin with WIM and WGM norm chances. It was a very similar tournament, but yeah, it was it costs quite a bit, right? There's a lot that goes into this, and yeah, organizers are doing their best to make this as smooth and successful as possible. And Aga Milewska, who is the main organizer of this event, she has been doing a fantastic job to make this tournament happen every single year. So kudos to her. And yeah, they also reached out to me for the commentary, so I'm very pleased to be commentating this event for them, to you guys. So yeah, it's always nice to take a closer look at tournaments, especially round robins. I mean, open tournaments are really fun to follow as well, but in round robins, you often see, you get a bit of a glimpse of people's preparation, or you get a hint of new ideas. So this is a big source of inspiration for many chess players, including myself, although currently I'm still in the survival part of openings rather than trying to come up with new ideas. First, what matters is survival, then you can think of new ideas perhaps. But yeah, it's always interesting to see which lines are played, how much the players are surprising the opponents, how much new openings we're seeing, or how much they already deviate in the early stages. It happens a lot, especially these days, that players switch from e4 to d4, or d4 from d4 to e4 to get the opponent out of the opening, and yeah, to get better chances in the game. Alright, we're back in this game. seems to be the case that Cecile did indeed take on c3, and after that she played e5, shutting down the position whatsoever, which is a very good idea. This pawn on e4 is now weak. Knight d4 is not quite happening over here. You'll have to retreat with knight either to d2 or e1, and then f4 might be played, but it's going to take some time. In the meantime, black can develop with knight d7, knight f6, or to c5. Knight c6 also possible, but then you're not aiming for much just yet. Well, I would be curious to see knight c6, rook takes, then control d4. No, not c6, rook takes f3. I think I meant to say knight c6. But, yeah, knight c6, aiming for d4, maybe. But I do like targeting the e4 pawn. It feels like a weakness on the e4, so yeah. Yeah. Who was Menchik? Very good question. Vera Menchik was the first women's world champion in chess. She was a very strong player already so long ago. She was born, I believe, in 1906, and unfortunately she did not survive the Second World War. She died to a bomb in 1944. Very sad story. I mean, you know, she was never actually beaten for the title. Like, she was, if I'm not mistaken, she was a world champion several times, and she still held the title when the Second World War happened, when it was happening. So unfortunately she died there unexpectedly too soon, and yeah, her legacy stays on, but it would have been nice to see her live for longer, so we would have seen more chess and more successes from her. But of course, her legacy stays on. Her name is still there, and yeah, she is a big pioneer of women in chess, really setting this tone, you know, and having helped so many women in chess to be inspired and yeah, continue playing chess. So it's amazing that the tournament is held in a memorial for her, to her, of her. My prepositions are not the greatest. But yeah, she carries a big name in the chess world. Yes, I think my microphone might be off because I have a very loud PC. So I have to look in the settings at some point, but yeah, I'm not sure how to take care of it now, but I'll look into it later. I tried fixing it today, but seems to not have helped it. It doesn't help that my PC is very active and a bit on the older side, so it makes a lot of noise, so that might be going through the mic as well. But okay, I'll do my best to work on it the next time. I hope I'm still audible enough. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Has Klaudia already won her game? She's still playing? We can quickly take a look how she's doing. Yeah, I figured the mic is picking up some noises. Yeah, it's probably what you're hearing, the the computer. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So we left off here. Okay, Camilla is trying to fight as much as possible. Why was c4 not taken? I'm guessing because we just want to protect the knight here. Why did we not take here? Something tells me that, yeah, I think we need this pawn as a shield. Because if we take here, I think sooner or later rook c8 will be played with some suspicious attack on the c file, so we would rather not allow that. Bishop d7, attacking the knight, and then rook c8. It seems quite unpleasant, so no need to take that. Just play it safe with bishop c2, bishop b7, and continue from here. The knight is stuck here, so it might be necessary for white to maneuver this around, but it's very difficult because the knight is stuck here. Cannot go to c3. The king is stuck because he cannot run to the d file here. Knight cannot go to c5, so he might have to wait with that for a little while. But okay. Question: how does officiating work in this type of tournament? Is there an arbiter for each game, or is there a designated official for the entire event? Yes. I believe, I'm not entirely sure about the logistics of this, but I believe there is at least one organizer that is there every single day to make sure that big problems, logistical problems will be addressed in case they arise. And there is one international arbiter at least present to make sure that the norm would be valid in case it would be achieved. And yeah, those two people are very important. Now, I believe that the organizer, who is Aga Milewska, she's, I believe, already an international arbiter, so she's a bit 2-in-1, but I believe there is more people around, or she might be playing the role of two people. I'm not entirely sure about these sort of things, but this is the information that I have. Yeah. Thank you, Strivus, for resubscribing. Thank you. Right, so we have to set that up. Yes, exactly. So b5, knight c5, the knight can jump to c5. All good. Feel free to ask any question you might have. I hope I can answer them, whether it's chess related or not chess related. Because yeah, it's a fantastic initiative with and it can be inspiring for many others. Maybe either for people to play or for people to organize such events. Because yeah, it's a fantastic initiative, and we'd love to see more of this. So Klaudia is going to figure out how to convert from here, as she's in a completely winning position, and yeah, she just have to figure out how to proceed from here. One mistake or allowing one tactic might hurt her chances, so yeah, let's see what she comes up with. But for now, it is a serious threat, this idea that you had, Jenny, earlier. But if we prepared with rook c8, it is very dangerous, because then b5 becomes a problem. So let's say I was thinking, let's say rook f1 to prepare bishop g5. And I guess, well, black can always run, but I just wanted to illustrate that if you, let's say, do nothing, you play rook e1 doing absolutely nothing, no threats, nothing, rook c8 might be interesting to then prepare b5. And then the knight is trapped. So you have to be careful here. If I play h4 now, b5, and the knight is trapped. So we have to be careful here to not allow that to happen. What do we do about this? We make active moves, such as rook f1, preparing bishop g5. Because if you play bishop g5 now, there's f6. It's possible to play like this. Actually, I really like it because the pawn on f6 is weak, but I was trying to win material, so that's why I was ready to prepare it. But this looks very nice as well, because the pawn is quite vulnerable on f6. So next we can play rook f1 to attack it. Maybe e5 can be played later. So I like white's chances here. But the question is, does Klaudia like her chances in that position too? Well, we'll find out very soon, I think. Okay. Let's go back to the game of Lara Schulze against Katarzyna Dvilevich, because a lot has happened. This board was earlier. We were not able to access it earlier, but now it's back and we can take a look at it over here. Give me one moment. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Knight c3, as I mentioned, since a3 is played and not c3, we'd like to play knight c3, knight d5, so this would be controlling the square d5 this way, which is saving white quite some time, because typically, if we want to reach d5 square, we do that by playing knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, and then knight d5. So now we instantly go to d5, which is quite a shortcut. So that can be really helpful. On the other hand, Black does get the opportunity to trade bishops already, so usually we try to hide it on c2. Yeah, the knight on a5, just to show you here, for example, it is often being rerouted back to c6. This is part of the Ruy Lopez where Black plays knight a5, and it targets the light squared bishop, which then had to be moved to a2 in this case. Usually it goes back to c2, but here it went to a2. And yeah, it's common that the knight ends up on a5, but then your job with Black is to make sure that the knight doesn't get stranded there. Because what might happen sometimes, let's say, just to quickly show you, don't look at the evaluation because it's not a really good position for white. But just to illustrate, now that the knight is stuck on a5, cannot retreat to c6, cannot go forward whatsoever, the only square available to the knight is b7. And this is quite a bad square, because where is the knight going? It has absolutely no mobility from b7. If I play c4, at least when you have c5, you don't play c4 and then you have a square created for the knight. But if I play c4 here, this knight is not going anywhere. So this is a bit of a problem in those positions with the Ruy Lopez, which is why with Black, you try to play knight c6 as soon as you can, or maybe not as soon as you can, but just at the right time. So here it was a good time for Black to retreat with the knight, bishop takes, and now knight d5 played anyway. But okay, Black doesn't have to take, not necessarily, simply plays g6 to try to put the bishop back to g7. White didn't take, simply defending the pawn on b4. Bishop g7, queen d2, h6, queen e3, and it was captured here. Oh, there's still a lot of more moves that were played here. I thought it ended here. So, yeah. a5 here makes sense because this pawn is a backwards pawn. White would love to play bishop b3, rook a3, and then stack the rooks on the a file. But instead, a5 is played to help the pawn trade it off as soon as possible. It was traded, bishop b3, and now king h7. This is the current position on the board in the game between Lara and Katarzyna. And let's see what we have here. So white has this active knight on d5, but the question is, what is it actually doing here? Because it looks nice here, but I don't really see what's next for the knight. Where do we attack? We would love to attack the d6 and b5 pawn, because those are the weak pawns, but we can't really access them, at least not so easily. So yeah, at the same time, Black has a really solid position. Black might opt for f5 in the future. f5, f4, and start an attack on the king side. I think that is very possible to happen. So yeah, there's a chance that white might go for an attack in the center to counter it with d4. But yeah, this is your typical Ruy Lopez position. But I think I like Black's position quite a bit. Although the computer is favoring white, I do like what Black has achieved here, and it's not easy to see what white can actually do here or how to proceed from here. Because I think black has a very solid setup, and it remains to be seen how black can get in trouble here. A thing I've always been wondering about is the high value people put on moves like 95 for white here in the early game. Isn't it good for black to trade off the knights and displace a pawn? I guess you talk about just taking on d5 and to displace this pawn right here. It all depends on the position, right? So when we go back, let's say here in this position, I think this would be a good thing to talk about. First of all, playing knight e5 here is a bit premature because yeah, indeed, it was just to when the line that I was talking about was just to illustrate an idea that I was talking about. But here, knight e5 I would not recommend whatsoever. It's too premature. So that's also why after here white took on f6, because you don't really want to trade the knight for this knight. So yeah, you are right about that. But I guess apparently it's still fine to play knight d5 because of the fact that by putting a pawn here, let's say knight takes. Let's assume that the main idea that I wanted to illustrate is that it leaves this knight on a5 stranded. And it will become very difficult for black to play. In this very position, however, we have some situation with the dark squared bishop, which is leading to problems. So in this position, knight e5 is not favorable for white. But it was just to illustrate that in a lot of positions in the Ruy-Lopez, once white gets the knight to d5, and if it's captured, assuming that, let's say, the bishop would be here, then it would be a completely different position, because then the bishop will be under attack and will have to move, and also the knight on a5 will be vulnerable to attacks such as b4. It might still be very playable for black, but it's just to illustrate that you would rather put the knight back to c6 as soon as possible, rather than leaving it on a5 and hope for the best. So yeah, that's why b4 was played, knight c6, and here bishop takes, with the idea to then play knight d5. So this is the much cleaner way to execute the plan with knight d5. And now this is how the game continued. And yeah, I think black is doing a fantastic job, and I'm curious to see what Lara will come up with here, because it's difficult when the position becomes more and more simplified. Rook b1, okay. So if black takes the white rook now on a1, this would have been a waste of time. But perhaps this is what Lara wants, so maybe she's provoking rook takes a1. And I guess she's also threatening rook takes, knight takes, moving the bishop, and then targeting b5. This might be her plan. But yeah, I think simplifying matters is good for black. I don't see what other idea white might have. Yeah, I guess I do like black's position for some reason. And also, black is doing great on the clock. Remember, there's no extra time after move 40. The players only have 90 minutes on the clock with an increment of 30 seconds per move. That's it. No extra time, nothing. Just 30 seconds extra per move. That's it. So you have to be very careful and manage your time well. Okay. Let's see if we have any progress in the other games. Oh, in this position, Ketevan, we left off here. Ketevan played the move b5, which turned out to not be so great, although it does make sense. I didn't think about it earlier, but she basically wants to free the pawn, free the bishop, because now bishop takes g4 is a serious threat. And that was defended with h3. So That makes perfect sense. Although I do wonder, there's this intermediate move, bishop h6. Would that have helped white in some way? Because remember, the main idea of black is to play h5. If you can stop that with white, it's perfect. So bishop h6, the knight moves. I think we have a great position here with white, because now h5 is impossible. Well, maybe in a few moves, but by that time we already have consolidated our position, and yeah, we have taken a lot of space. So would have loved to see bishop h6 over here. But okay, not an easy move to make, especially now realizing that pawn is hanging, so we want to defend with h3. So it is a logical move, but perhaps a missed opportunity of Shambhavi to seize the initiative and to keep things under control. Instead, h3 was played, and now h5, and we're back into this good position of black. However, white is given some time because of this move b5. Also, c6 might be a bit weakened now, so yeah. It was not desired to play the move b5, but it makes perfect sense that b5 was played, allowing the bishop to be freed, attacking the pawn g4. And now it's on Shambhavi to figure out what to do, as h takes g4 is a serious threat. The pawn is hanging. So perhaps b5 is a practical decision, because it's giving white some options, and white has to figure out what to do, and it's not so easy actually. Also keep in mind that, let's say bishop f3 would not help, because pawn takes, rook takes, bishop takes, and the bishop drops back, allowing bishop takes g4. So it might just have been a practical decision to make sure you play b5, because if the pawn was on b5 now, on b7, sorry, then queen takes b7 would have been a little bit annoying. So that's why I kind of like b5. I'm starting to like it more. Although the computer still dislikes it very much, I think it's a practical, good decision. All right. Yes, perfect. Okay, I suggest that this is a good moment to take a break. The players are in the middle of the game. They are around 40-50 minutes on the clock, so this is the time that a lot of decisions will be made, and we're slowly transitioning to the final stages of the game, as yeah, there's a lot of action happening already on the boards. We might see some results soon, but usually in this time control, the games finish around the time that the players are at 1 minute on the clock, because then time trouble mistakes happen, and yeah, things go absolutely crazy in time trouble. So that is why I think a lot of decisions will be made now, important decisions, but I think a lot of the results will happen in time trouble. So we're in for an exciting ride in this tournament. It's only round 1, and already some very instructive and exciting games. So make sure to stick around, everyone. We have 5 games following every single round in this tournament. And yeah, we'll be doing commentary here for most of the games. Well, 5 games out of 9. The afternoon rounds, we'll be commentating it here. But the final round is a morning round, so we'll be commentating that too in the morning. But for now, let's go for a short break, as the players are in this important phase of the game where they make important decisions. So we'll be back very soon with more commentary on this channel. See you very soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to the first round of the 11th Menchik Memorial. This tournament is played by 10 players in a round robin format, which means that the players are facing each other in 9 rounds and they are fighting, well, most of the players are fighting for norms. They're fighting for the Women International Master norms or Women Grandmaster norms even. We have 3 very strong players that have already reached those titles, so there's 7 norm seekers that are fighting against, well, among each other, but also against the 3 strong players. What typically happens in those tournaments, either we have norm seekers do well, or some of them at least do well and get a norm, or the top 3 players, those that already have the titles, those prevail. So it's either this or the other. So it's always interesting to see what happens in round robins. And in this one, we just started. The first round is off today, and we already have very interesting games. Today, Klaudia is still playing. Even though she has a completely winning position, she still needs to play it out. So it's gonna take some time to win that game for her. But for now, she's doing fantastic. If we quickly dial back to her game, just to show you how it's going so far and what we have missed in the break. So here she did go for this idea to provoke f6, and now this pawn is weak on f6. King e6, rook f1, the pawn on f6 is under attack. Black defensive, of course. King d2, now the king is finally free to move around. The knight can be brought back into the game. Rook ae8, knight c3, bishop c6, king e3. And now white has a really solid position and plenty of time and space to maneuver the pieces around. f5, trying to break the position over. E takes a5 check, and then king f7 with a counter check. Always love to see such moves being played. However, in this case, it doesn't help Black's position so much because king f2, the white king is safe, b5, g4, b4. Black is trying to go for some counterplay, but with only 3 pieces on the board, of which the rooks are not really able to do much, and the bishop cannot do much on its own, and fighting against 4 pieces instead is a very difficult challenge. And also, at the same time, white is trying to get a passed pawn as well. Already has one, but with the advance of the g pawn, it will be even more difficult for black to hold on here. But for now, white still needs to prove it. White still needs to convert this to a full point, but I do trust this position in white's hands here to convert it to a full point. So Klaudia is still doing fantastic here. Remember, the time control in this tournament is 90 minutes on the clock plus 30 seconds every single move, which means that they don't get extra time after move 40. It's just 30 seconds per move. That's it. So once you get down on time, once you get down to 1 minute, you are not going to get out of time trouble anymore. Well, you can still rack up the time to 5 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes if you play a lot of moves, but it's basically impossible to get out time scrabble then. So you'd like to manage your time well and save some time for the later stages of the game, because if you're in an endgame and it's very dicey and you have no time, usually the better player will prevail. So you would like to have some time on the clock to make the right decisions at the right time. If you make the right decisions for the first 20 moves, but then you're down to 1 minute and the next 20 moves are terrible because of this, well, you might want to change something about your time management. So this is why this format is so interesting. Usually in open tournaments, well, not usually, I guess it's quite around 50-50. It's a lot of open tournaments without the extra 30 minutes on the clock, but there's a lot of open tournaments with the extra 30 minutes, or at least 15 minutes. So that usually really helps to spend some time in the later stages of the game But here, no extra time. So you have to make do with what you have. For now, Klaudia's still converting. And also really doing well on the clock. The other games, let's take a look what happened in the game between Lara Schulze and Katarzyna Dvilovic. We left off not here. We already saw this, and here rook fb1 was played. Queen a8, okay. Forcing white to take because the white rook is under attack. Rook takes a5, queen takes a5, queen b6, offering the queen trade, and black is not going for it. Interesting, keeping the tension on the board, which makes sense because by keeping the tension on the board, you are targeting the c3 pawn. So in case of takes, the c3 pawn is under attack, but it doesn't feel like there's so much. So yeah. By keeping the tension on the board, it might complicate matters a little bit, but I will say that there's probably not much after queen takes, knight takes, and then b4. Although, you cannot take. I just realized. I was thinking you can take here, but after takes, there's bishop takes e6, discovery attack on the knight. So you would have to think of playing rook b8 to attack the knight and then take the b4 pawn, which is maybe a bit too much. So I understand that Katarzyna went for rook c8 instead, the safer option. No need to complicate matters and to pass the turn on to white to see what white actually wants to do, because a queen on b6, well, it's a stranger in black's camp, but what is it actually doing there when everything is offended? That is correct, Manny. I played Lara in the Olympiad in Budapest, yes. So I know a lot of the names, actually. I think I played Katarzyna also, but I think many years ago. That has been a very long time. So I played Katarzyna a long time ago. Lara recently, well, 2 years ago. I played Klaudia recently and also once a long time ago. I've played Elmira recently in the European Women's Chess Championship. I played Ketevan, I think, either in Rapid or in Blitz once. And I think that's it. I think I have not played against other participants. So I think half of the field I've already faced. But yeah, that happens a lot because we play in women chess tournaments, let's say European Women's Chess Championship or team events. I played Klaudia both in Olympiad but also in this tournament that I was invited in, the rest of the world against Team Poland. So another team event. So yeah. Usually women chess players face each other quite a lot, or at least once. But depends, of course. So yeah. This game will get very interesting. White played h3, such a typical waiting move. Both players are sort of making waiting moves, not really doing much, because there is not much you can do here. And if you try to do something, it might backfire. For example, playing f5 here feels a bit premature, allowing, let's say, knight f6, bishop takes. And yeah, some tactics arise in position. Actually, there is probably takes, knight e7, and then bishop is hanging here, and the rook as well. So yeah, that's why you cannot really do much here. You really want to play f5. So you have to figure out a way to try to prepare this. Because if you're not playing f5, then yeah, well, I guess you could play king g8 or king h8. Because king g8 allows queen takes, knight e7 check. So I guess the next best move is king h8 to wait. Alright. So, very interesting position. This might go down to time trouble, where Lara is probably the favorite, but you never know. Anything can happen in time trouble. Let's see. Things are heating up here as all the games are basically around 20 minutes. So we're approaching time trouble. It's getting very interesting, even more interesting than before. Let's take a look at Anusha against Elmira. Okay, so a lot of trades have happened in this game. I think with black, that's sort of what you're hoping for, unless it's a worse position for you, then you don't want to trade. But this seems to be a very balanced position where both sides have something to play for. And I think Elmira is happy with this because there was not much she could get out of the opening. Getting an equal position to then try to grind it out, I think is a good strategy when your opponent is lower rated. So I think she is doing well here. But the danger is that you have to be okay with a draw here, because there's a big chance it might happen, as it's a very equal position. But usually experience shows in these sort of positions. Yeah. Oh, should we have a look at Kosman? Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have a look. Where did we leave here? So in the game between Andrea and Cecile, we see... So this happened, knight e1 happened, queen g5 activating the queen, of course, knight c2, the knight is maneuvering around, a5, f4 takes, and knight d4. Wow, so this pawn was sacrificed with the purpose to give space to the knight. So now knight e6 is a threat. And... it's gonna get very interesting. Very nice move played by Andrea. So let's take a look what is going on here. The logical move here is queen e5. But I think the problem with this move is, let's say, do we want rook takes or pawn takes? Let's say pawn takes. Feels a bit more forcing, right? Rook takes, queen takes, and then knight e6 comes to mind. Attacking g7, starting mate, but also knight takes c7. Queen g4 has to be played here to defend, and then knight takes c7, bishop takes e4, threatening checkmate. So this is looking very crazy. Wow. Yeah, this takes. Knight takes, bishop takes is not ideal for white. So takes, rook here. Wow. Quite an endgame, huh? Quite the endgame. Which side would you rather take here? Because white is down a pawn, but the d6 pawn is very weak, and I feel like white is getting more activity quickly. Also, b6 is weak. I guess I would rather take the white pieces here, but I guess it's also because, yeah, there's something about playing positions where you should be worse, but there's chances to come back, chances to fight. And that feels similar in this position for white. I also want to go for the fight here and try to go for some tricks here with white. Whereas black needs to try to hold on to the pawns and sort of try to defend, which I would not be such a big fan of. And those pawns are really far away to make progress. There's a king here that will defend against those pawns. So those pawns are not really able to do much. So I would rather pick the white pieces here. Sack the exchange? I'm afraid there's no sacrificing happening because the bishop is hanging here. So after bishop takes, it's white to move. So yeah, I'm not sure which position you mean. Or maybe you mean over here, knight d7? After knight d4. Ah! Oh, here! Knight d7 here. As much as I am all for developing our pieces. I think it might be a bit too much to play knight e6 because I don't really see the potential here with white. I think it's easy for white to defend here. So let's say knight d7, knight e6. I guess you do still have queen f6. But then again, there's, after the queen trade, there's knight takes c7. So it's not something I would voluntarily want to go for. Yeah, you do get a nice piece on e5, but I am not sure if that is going to help matters. Oh, it's black to move first, so you'll have to move the queen, let's say here. Takes, let's say takes here. You take here, take. Takes, rook f1. Yeah. Apparently there's a better move somewhere, but I'm not sure if I like this because white has a lot of play. So yeah, I would not want to sign for this with black. Too risky, exactly. So I would rather play more concrete than trying to develop the pieces as much as possible. I think you just don't have enough for it. So yeah, it is important to try to defend the square, I think. You can also play queen c5 to try to pin the knight. That could be helpful, because you also threaten knight c6. You're not going to win material, but I think it's a pretty useful move. If king h1, well, then the threat arises again. Yeah, king h1 might be interesting here. Oh. Uh-oh, I think my camera has died again. Let me check. Oh, I think it's back. Perfect. Okay, I had a little crash, which you will see in 15 minutes, but that's okay. All right. Okay, very interesting game. Cecile has been spending quite some time here, which is worrisome because she's down to 18 minutes. Remember, no extra time after move 40. Even without that, it would also have been really scary because they are only on move 18. But in any case, they're not getting extra time. Queen c5 on the board. I like it, pinning the knight. But I'm curious what Cecile will play after king h1. Because after king h1, you're out of the pin. So knight e6 is a threat again. And you might have to find something concrete here. Something about f3. Because f3, of course, knight takes, there's bishop takes e4. If rook takes, you can't play bishop takes e4 because then you lose a piece due to rook takes f8. So I'm guessing rook takes, bishop takes. Tough. I mean, essentially you gave the pawn back, and at the same time this pawn on e4 is very weak. So now you can start developing. So now we traded the pair rooks, and now we can develop, and knight e6 is not so scary anymore because we simply have queen e5. Furthermore, after takes, even though the c7 is hanging, first there's a bishop hanging. So by the time white has solved their problems, we also solve our problems, and I would take the black pieces here, I think. Now I really like the knight on e5. Now I really like that. Okay, well, let's see what Andrea decides to do here. King h1 feels like the logical option. Get out a pin. Another option would be rook f2 to, well, there's no pin anymore in that case. But rook f2 feels very risky to play. I would rather not play this, although it seems fine, but it feels very risky. Let's see what Andrea plays here. A lot of action happening on the other boards. Ketevan in a better position. Let's see what happened. Wow. Neither has castled here, so let's see. Queen d1, okay, bishop e6. Okay, so queen d1 defended g4, which makes sense. Bishop e6, apparently not such a good move. Perhaps there was something more concrete, and bishop e6 is simply not doing much other than developing. But it's such a natural move, so it's a bit strange that the computer is so harsh about bishop e6. Perhaps you have to improve the position with a5 and put the knight on a6 instead. Somehow developing the knight, I guess that's most important here. This bishop is completely fine here, but it's easier to say at home than when you're playing the game yourself, because bishop e6 feels natural. You're keeping an eye on the pawn on g4, preparing knight d7, so it feels very natural. But I guess the problem with this move is that it allows, I want to say knight e2, knight f4, but the pawn is still hanging. Tough. Right, it does block. Yeah, you're right, Voidhead. It does block the knight on g7 from going to e6. So I guess in this situation, that's why going to e6 with the bishop is a bit premature. And the bishop is doing just fine right here on c8. But okay, the game goes on. Knight d7, king f1. Creative move. Knight b6, b3, queen d7. Well, at least there's a lot of pressure on this pawn, so f3 was played to defend, a5, and now a4. a4 is a logical move, because, well, you would like to stop any of this, and yeah, it does feel a bit nicer to play a4 after which b4 could be played. Feels a little bit nicer than facing b4 here without a4. But the problem is with a4, I think you just take. You just take over here. If pawn takes, there's knight c4, which is a really nice square for the knight. And if knight takes, I guess you can take over with knight takes, pawn takes, and rook b8, let's say. Rook b1. Well, I was even think of short castle here. I don't think we have to do much on the h file anymore. I think our job is done here. And we're not afraid of g takes h5 because knight takes h5 is fine. So yeah, I think black can slowly take control over the queen side. And with this weak king on f1, if the position opens up on the queen side, this might actually become a problem for this king on f1 because it doesn't have much shelter. It has only the piece is really able to help here. All the pawns have been pushed in this position, which is a very bad sign for this king here. So black can start attacking from the queen side to the king side over here, let's say, if we get a little bit creative over here. So yeah, looking very good here for black. So I guess that's the problem with a4. Black has now the opportunity to open up the position on the queen side with, yeah, fatal consequences. Rook on h1 really sad, exactly. Exactly, the pieces on the king side are really not doing much. You can develop this knight over here, I guess, but it's not going to help matters so much. So yeah. All right, Ketevan on 16 minutes, Shambavi on 20 minutes, so this game is going down to time trouble as well, but I really like black's position, and it will be much easier to play for black if she decides to take here. If she doesn't decide to take, then it might still be a little bit difficult. Although I'm just thinking, well, let's say black does nothing about this. Black is completely ignoring it and just castling. You can't really help the position here with white, can you? Like, if you think about it, b takes a4 is always there. And playing a takes b5, c takes b5 is only making matters worse because now black actually has the opportunity to create a passed pawn, which is quite disastrous. So I think black's position is so good, you can't even afford to play castle. So a4 is a very sort of strategic mistake. Very understandable to play this because you don't really have much to play otherwise. But yeah, it's simply creating a weakness for the rest of the game, and Black can decide when to react to it at any time. For now, Ketevan is going for it right away with b takes a4. She's already opening up the queen side, and I think that's a great decision. Why not now? Why wait for it? She takes on a4, and she's going to open up the queen side. And with that, she will have a really good position, and she is looking to win her first round game as well. Okay. Let's keep an eye out on all the games, as all the games are approaching time trouble situations. So they're around 10-20 minutes on the clock, so it gets really tense right now. So we'll quickly jump around here and there. In the game between Lara Schulze and Katarzyna Dwilovic, Katarzyna just made a mistake with the move g5. As someone that really likes this move, this hurts a tiny bit, because I think there is a very good justification for playing g5, but I'm guessing that in this position, you're not able to do much with this. Even if you get to play g4, Black still has some issues on the king side, right? Because yeah, you'll have to leave the f7 pawn behind. Yeah, and also this f5 square, I really feel bad for this f5 square. So yeah, it was really difficult for Katarzyna to find a good piece. I mean, good move even, because it's such a tense position. Yeah, it's hard to find a plan here for both sides. Actually, for both sides, really difficult. One of the moves suggested here is king h8, for example. It's not the best move, but it's one of the moves that is good. And if that's one of the best moves, you know that there's just not much happening here. So it makes sense that she went for g5, but let's see if Lara can respond well to this. I think she can, but okay, we'll have to see, right? Because it's not that straightforward. I think there will be some precision required to try to understand the position, what the position wants from you. But I think the main problem with this move is the fact that it lets go of the square f5. So now we would be looking at knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, and then trying to get the knight to f5. Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping an eye on the camera a little bit, and I have seen Klaudia walking around quite a bit. So one of the best moments in chess is when you're in a winning position, you know you're winning, and you're just having fun converting the position. And yeah, I feel really bad for the opponent, because having to defend in a lost position is like the worst, because you would rather resign, but it's not quite resignable, right? Because you still want to put up a fight, you still want your opponent to prove it, but like 9 out of 10 times you will lose that game. So you would rather not continue playing a lost game on, but for that 1 out of 10 times you have to play on. And yeah, that's why this game is taking so long, even though she has been winning since very early on in the game already. Even though she has been winning so early, it's still taking some time. And yeah, that's what's required. Patience is very important. We have a Klaudia fan in the chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Klaudia just came back from a tournament in Hungary. Apparently didn't go her way, but she's looking to get her rating points back in this tournament instead. For the high-rated players, this tournament is an opportunity to get some rating points. Really valuable, of course. And the lower rated players are looking to get norms. Actually, we do have, just grabbing the list of players now, we do have a few high rated players such as Lara Schulze, who is not a WGM just yet. I'm not 100% sure if she already applied for the title or not, or maybe she's missing one norm. But I'm guessing that Lara Schulze is one of the main contenders for a WGM norm. And then we have 3 more WIMs who are also trying to fight for WGM norm. And then we have 3 WFMs who are fighting for WGM norm as well as WIM norm. Yeah, anything can happen. But Lara Schulze, who has a rating of 2345, has a very big opportunity here to get the WGM norm. The only problem is that in such a tournament, you cannot spoil points so easily. Because I believe, as someone pointed out earlier in the chat, that you need a rating, not a rating, you need a score of 7 out of 9. So if you lose 2 games, you have to win all the other games. So you have to be very careful with your games. Sometimes in norm tournaments, players try to be strategic. So let's say they're playing against a high-rated player with the black pieces. They try to go for a draw so that they can win with the white pieces next. So if you play 5 times black and 4 times white, that's a little bit inconvenient sometimes. But yeah, if you play 5 times white instead of 4 times, it would be much better, of course. But it depends. You can still try to go for a win with the black pieces against whoever. And I think in this field, anyone can beat anyone. It's, yeah. It's possible for everyone to win against everyone here. But, yeah. Usually experience does prevail here. And some players, I think, are more experienced or have at least someone like Klaudia. She has been playing so much the past few years, especially I think the past 1 or 2 years, she's been playing a lot. So to beat someone like her requires quite a bit in a lot of different ways. Mental fortitude, but also preparation and just being in form. So yeah, Klaudia is a very solid, a very strong player. Tough one to beat. So yeah, let's see who can put up a good fight against Klaudia. But today, she seems to be heading for a win soon. I have the camera feed over here. The camera feed on the stream is 15 minutes late, but I do have the camera feed of 15 minutes later. So I do have information on who had already finished the game and who hasn't. But I can tell you that the game is still going on 15 minutes later. That's what I will tell you. That's what I can tell you. Let's go back to this game. Queen e3 was played, which turns out to not be such a good move, although I think it's a very understandable move to try to get out of this tension, whatever it is. There's not much happening there, so let's retreat and try to target the king side instead. So I think it's a very logical move. And it still asks the question to black, what are you going to do here? I don't see a good move for you. Knight d8 was played, which turns out to be a good move, but yeah, quite an awkward move to play. So yeah, not easy to make the right moves here with black. For now, black is holding on, but yeah, with this f5 square being available for white, it's quite dangerous for black. For now, knight d8 is threatening bishop takes and then taking the pawn on c3. So that's a good idea. I like it. Let's see how Lara will deal with that. Let me look around the other boards. Oh, let's go back to Andrea against Cecile. What is happening here? Oh, rook f2 was played. F takes g3, rook takes, king takes. Unfortunately for white, there's no knight e6 check because the knight is pinned. So that's why rook f1 check was played instead, and Andrea is looking good over here, surprisingly enough, because black is up 2 pawns. And, well, I guess if the king moves, you can take with the pawn here. But I just realized something. If the king goes here, there's rook f5, queen b4, or queen a3. Oh, sorry, that was not the move that I wanted to make. Oh, okay, we'll just go back. Rook f5, and actually if the queen moves, knight e6 is looking like it's going to be mate. So rook f5, and I see a lot of problems here for black. You have to end up playing d5 to try to survive, because, well, otherwise your queen cannot help the situation here. It's very important that the queen stays on c5, so pawn takes, and yeah, for now, black lives on, but it's very dangerous here. As soon as the king moves, knight e6 is possible. Very dangerous stuff. Yeah, this is the problem in these positions. If you don't develop your piece as well here, it can go south really fast. And, well, I've been on the receiving end of this many times. I know all about these structures and how harsh life can be when when you don't play as accurately as you should. And that, while Cecile, I don't think she did anything wrong in particular. It's just a very unfortunate position. So, yeah, that's the problem with these structures. Once white gets their piece on the good squares, then it gets very difficult to improve, or yeah, you end up in a worse position out of nowhere. It's very harsh. So yeah, for now, Cecile played the right move, king g8, it's on the board. And now with rook f5, white will be having the upper hand in the game. And then Cecile will be forced to make concessions, and hopefully she will develop her queen side. And I think she will. But she will have to find first rook f5, and then she'll have to commit to d5 and realize, well, it's the only thing I can do. What about queen b4? I was just wondering. This is offering the queen trade, right? So with queen takes, pawn takes, we'll be happy here. But instead of going for the queen trade, there's knight e6. Because not only are you threatening checkmate, after queen takes c3, rook f8 is mate. So this is very important to spot. I'm sure Cecile will see this, but it's still important to realize this, that you have to play d5 here, involve the queen in the defense. Otherwise, it's going to be checkmate very soon. So after this, then knight e7 can come out, and black survives for the time being. But for now, king g8, can Andrea find rook f5? That's the question. Shambabi already down to 8 minutes on the clock. Oh, by the way, Claudia's opponent Camila is down to 1.5 minutes. But it makes sense because her opponent has been playing so fast, and Camila has been trying to figure out all game how to defend, and that is it's just the worst. It's absolute torture to play in lost position from so early on. So yeah. All right. Let me have a look. Okay, not much is changing. Let's stick around here to see if Andrea will play rook f5. So many exciting games today. It's very nice to see. The top players are not facing each other just yet. I think the pairings in the first round have been quite... It really feels like a round one kind of pairing. Like the higher the players are facing lower the players. Although Cecile facing Andrea, this is one of the closer pairings of the first round. So Okay, rook f5 played and immediately followed by the move d5. So Cecile found the ideas very well that white was threatening to make sure that Cecile would not get checkmated out of nowhere. But now she's still in a tough position, right? Because she has to sacrifice this pawn, and white still has such strong pieces. Sooner or later, king h1 will be played, the knight will be able to jump to e6, and yeah, you'll have to defend that position somehow. And that may be very difficult, especially in time trouble. But you never know. Maybe she recovers it, maybe she comes back somehow in the position. We'll have to see. But for now, d5 played, and both players around 12 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a thriller of a game in time trouble. I'm sure of it. For now, the plays are kind of taking it easy. I would expect him to play even faster to have a bit more time for the later stage of the game. But yeah, I think most of the players will end up in time trouble in this round. So it's going to be very exciting. If we quickly go back to Shambhavi against Ketevan, this is exactly what happened. We were talking about b takes a4, b takes, oh sorry, knight takes, b takes. And indeed, Ketevan is taking over the b file with rook b8, rook b1, short castle, knight e2. This is exactly what we were talking about. And yeah, black has a very pleasant position. Soon will take over the b file. Can even play c5 to put pressure on the a4 pawn, because you always have rook takes, queen takes, and then you can finally take on a4, right? So yeah, looking very good here with black. And also Ketevan up on time with a much more pleasant position, and it's hard to see what white can actually try to do here. For now, this knight on g7 is not doing much. Remember, black played bishop to e6, which kind of locked this knight out of the game, but at the same time, this knight is useful to protect the pawn on h5. So I guess for now the knight is fine there, but in the future, in the next couple of moves, we would like to involve the knight into the game. So let's see how Ketevan will do that. For now, the knight is okay over there, and we can focus on the queen side by taking over the b file, pushing c5. Because after d takes c5, let me take a look. I guess we just take here. And we can take on a4. Maybe, is there a d4? d4 feels a bit too adventurous. Maybe it works, but I would rather take on a4 and just be happy with my passed pawn. I would rather just take the passed pawn here than going for complications with d4. Unless if I would be playing this game and I see d4, unless I'm really sure about this, then I would play it. But if not, then I would rather take the pawn and try to win with that extra pass pawn. So that would be the plan. Okay. Let's quickly go back to Klaudia's game to see what happened, just to have an idea how her conversion is like. Okay, she's taking it easy, slowly improving the pieces. Bishop d7 to play bishop e6. Okay, be careful because bishop e6 rook takes would be a bit of a problem with this pin. So don't do that. Bishop d5 played anyway. Bishop g3. Okay, attacking the pawn, defending it. Okay, this pawn is not lost. Okay, I was expecting bishop takes b4, but I guess rook b8 was slightly annoying. I guess it's still fine. You have knight c3 to defend the bishop, etc. But why complicate matters when you can play a3, a6, bishop a4. By the way, after b takes a3, white is trying to play knight c3. Of course, you don't play it right away. You take first, and then you can play knight c3. There is no need to rush anything. Just simplify matters. White has 2 pawns extra here, and that should be more than enough to win this game. B takes, bishop takes. This is indeed on the board. Bishop c2, bishop b4. To make matters even worse, white has a pair of bishops. If White didn't have the pair of bishops, maybe things would have been a little bit different. But now the pair of bishops, it's just torture all over. Because this bishop is controlling all the dark squares, and this bishop is ready to assist the other bishop wherever necessary. And it makes the rooks very limited. Now this knight is heading to f6. And yeah, there's just not much that White can do here. It's just really nice to see Klaudia's conversion here. It's so satisfying to see how she plays this out. Knight is jumping to e4. She might even consider playing h4, g5. But the problem is f5 would be hanging. So maybe if the rook goes back, then we can consider pushing the pawns. But yeah, I think for now she will play with the pieces. Knight f6 check I expect to be played. Also, you can play rook a1 to target the pawn on a5. Why not? So, excellent conversion. I love to see this. Okay. There's some action happening over here. Let's jump to Lara's game. So since knight d8, knight h2 was played, bishop takes e5, bishop takes... Very strong move, actually, getting rid of that knight, which was a really annoying piece. So good move by Katarzyna. Queen takes c3. Also, now being able to take that pawn, which should help matters quite a bit. Queen f3. Attacking this pawn. Also, queen f5 can be quite disturbing. So queen c7 played, defending the pawn. But this loses the b5 pawn for sure. Yeah, I guess the problem was that right now it wasn't hanging. So here, rook takes, queen e1 check, I believe was a problem because knight f1, rook c1. And this knight would be lost because queen e2, rook e1. So that is why it was important to keep the queen active to prepare queen a1 check or queen e1 after queen f3. But now, after queen c7, now the b5 pawn is free. As after queen c1 check, we just played knight f1. And now if you play queen e1 or queen a1, you lose sight of that rook on c8. Queen f5 check, and you lose the rook. So that is a bit of a problem. Black is playing a bit too passively here. Despite her playing so actively just now, she's now playing a bit too passive, and that is... it might cost her. It might cost her the game. Let's see how Lara responds to this, but she can simply take the pawn and enjoy a good position. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, we have a result. We have a result. We see a game finishing over here. Knight e4, a5, rook a1, rook d b8, and knight f6. And here, black resigned because after knight f6 check, wherever the king goes, knight e7 check follows, winning the exchange. And then it will be too much. Then this is definitely resignable because this is completely winning. Nothing can go wrong here. So congratulations to Klaudia Kulon on winning her game. I thought there was a delay on the games, but because on my camera we don't... I saw them finish on the main camera, but the game already ended here, so that makes me wonder if the moves are actually delayed here or not, but well, okay. We'll have to check this out later. But yeah, we just realized that the moves are already in here. Let me check real quick. Huh. Interesting. Let me confirm this. Let me check in with the organizers about this and we will see. But for now, Klaudia won her game, and she is off to a great start. Okay, let's see where we go next. Oh, there's a lot of action happening. Okay, in Andrea against Cecile, so d5, e takes e5, knight e7, h6, g3 is exactly what happened. And Wise enjoying a pleasant position. Soon he might even be able to play king h2 to get the king out of the diagonal here, out of the pin, to a safe square. And knight e6 remains a big problem. Both players now under 10 minutes. And it's really difficult to defend this here with black. Rook f8 played, good move, offering a trade of rooks, always a good idea. When your opponent is attacking, it is a good idea to trade pieces. So rook f8 and rook takes f8 seems to be a logical move. You could also move the king perhaps, and after rook takes, knight takes, simply play out this position. But yeah, black can try to come back into the game with knight f6 perhaps here. So not so clear. I would be very okay with rook takes f8, I think. I think rook takes f8 makes sense, because if queen takes f8, we have knight e6. And then c7 is hanging. And if knight takes f8, well, the knight is passive, so whenever opponent has pieces placed passively, it's always a good sign, right? So okay. So this game is going to get really interesting now, as Andrea is down to 5 minutes. Cecile still has 10 minutes, but that can go down any moment, as yeah, things are heating up now. Let's see, which game should we go to? Because all the games are so exciting. The game between Anoush and Elmira, we haven't been here in a long time, mostly because it's a very equal-ish endgame where Elmira is going to play on for a very long time to try to get the best out of the position as much as possible. She's very good at this. She's very good at those. They're not real. I want to call them endgames, but they're still, the heavy pieces are on the board. It's basically a position without any of the minor pieces. So I think a lot can still happen here. But yeah, we're definitely in a bit of the later stage of the game. But yeah, for now, not much happening as they're maneuvering the pieces around. And Elmira is looking for a good way to break with either b5, maybe d5 at some point. But it's important to first take control of the position. So queen c5, offering the queen trade. And it's on Anusha to decide, is she going to trade queens, yes or no? I think it's better to trade, but at the same time, it's very dangerous because queen takes, pawn takes, and then we have a backwards pawn on b3. Not sure how to feel about that. And yeah, at the same time, if we don't trade here, it feels like black's pieces are very active. I think I would rather not trade, but trading is also very justifiable. Because at the same time, if you play b takes c5, this rook feels a bit trapped. So maybe this rook is not going anywhere anymore, so that's why rook takes c5 is necessary. So yeah, Elmira decides to play b takes c5, okay. Which does shut the rook on e5, although it is possible to play f5 to try to open the position for the rook to gain more activity. Who won the 10th Menchik Memorial? Good question, because I thought it was Machteld, or she was doing really well. Let me confirm this real quick. I thought Machteld played really well last time. Oh, I think she didn't play well last time. Let me check. Oh, Andrea won again. Andrea Navrotescu. Oh, I knew that Andrea Navrotescu, she played 2 years ago and she won with 9 out of 9, which was an insane performance. But Andrea won last year again. I didn't know that part. Yeah, wow, fantastic performance. Once again, she was not the 2300 rated player. She had 2200 high and still won with an incredible performance of 6.5 out of 9. Surprisingly enough, there were 3 women grandmasters that finished at the bottom, which is a bit of a surprise. Can happen. But yeah. Yeah. Machtel did not have a good tournament last time, unfortunately for her. It is a tough field. It is a very tough field. Especially round robins. Your opponents are well prepared, so you have to be prepared too. And it can get tricky. Can you still refuse that title? Which title? You mean WGM? Ooh, okay. At 4, I expected rook e6 to be some really crazy move, but I think playing rook h5 would not have been much better. Ah, yeah. Well, this tournament might be different, Derek. This tournament might be different. Last year's edition seemed to have stronger players, like a lot more WGMs and IMs. This tournament, the organizer seems to be giving the opportunity to local players a lot more, which is fantastic. It's really good to organize such a tournament and give local players a chance to compete at, well, close to the highest level in chess, in women's chess. So it's fantastic that they organize such an initiative for the local players. They have a chance to get a norm, so it's fantastic, yes. But last year's edition seemed to have been a bit stronger compared to this one. So that also means that getting a WGM norm requires a bit more rating, a bit more wins than, let's say, last year. But maybe the tournament was more for IM norm last year. That I did not fully check, but it might have been an IM norm tournament. Yes, this is happening in London. If I'm not mistaken, it is in the ILEC Conference Center. And yeah, it's happening the rest of the week. Some of the days the players have double rounds, so that's quite hectic. But we have the commentary here in the afternoon for the afternoon games. And only the last day on Sunday, not Saturday, on Sunday, we are doing commentary on the last round, which happens in the morning. So we'll be here for the rest of the week, and we'll be watching the games closely. Yes, the Super Rapid seemed super fun last time. A lot of great events happening in London, so highly recommend to check it out. The ECF, the English Chess Federation, is organizing a lot of great tournaments over here, supporting local players, but also able to organize tournaments, great ones for others in the world. And yeah, this is one of the tournaments that they host, the 11th Menchik Memorial, organized by Aga. She's been doing really well organizing these events. She also invited me to play in this tournament, but unfortunately, due to the lack of my WGM title, we're still waiting for it to be approved. Because of that, I was not able to participate. But instead, I got the opportunity from her to commentate on the tournament instead, and it's an absolute pleasure. I absolutely love commentating. I'm very passionate about it, and I also just love following the game so closely. And yeah, we can get inspired by the girls as well. How did that rook end up on e6? Yeah, so there was a queen trade on c5, b takes a5 was played, and the rook got to e5 earlier. So at first it went to c5, then e5, and then because of b takes c5, it got a bit locked in on e5, and now it's on e6 where it's super safe, and now f5 is played, so soon the rook will open up. But something tells me that Elmira is taking initiative here, even though the computer still says it's fine. I think practically speaking, Elmira is doing fantastic because it's really difficult for white to play here. There's a pin going on here, and I think black has the upper hand, but of course anything can happen. This pawn is a backwards pawn, so the rook is tied to that pawn, and maybe if we trade all the pieces, then this king might be stronger than this one. But okay, I'm just sort of speculating and getting a bit ahead of myself. Let me check something real quick. Okay. Welcome in. Hello. The players are now in huge time trouble. I completely forgot about the time situation because we were so looking at this one position. But in this game, both players now 3 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes on the clock. This game is going to be a thriller, I think, although we expected this to happen. Oh, she did play c5. So Ketty, she did play the move c5, d takes c5, rook takes b1, queen takes b1. And I expect queen takes a4 to happen. But since Ketevan has been spending quite some time, maybe she's thinking about d4. Okay, she did take on a4. I think d4 is a bit too fancy, and you may not want to be going for too fancy things just yet. Simple chess with queen takes a4 to try to get a pass pawn and move it forward, and the king on f1 is looking a bit sad. White can involve the pieces by playing king f2, c1, and so on, but still, the king is quite vulnerable there. There's always bishop h4 check around the corner. So black is looking really good here. But now the question is, can Ketevan survive here in time trouble? Can she survive the time trouble and simply get the full point? Or does Shambavi have some crazy tricks available? In any case, it's looking very good. 2 minutes on the clock. As I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, what typically happens in this time format and with this time control is that the first, let's say, 80 minutes of each player, not much is happening. It kind of goes back and forth, or it's a very solid or normal looking game until the players hit 10 minutes on the clock. And in the last 10-20 minutes of the game, everything happens. So you have the first 20 minutes in, you have the first 20 moves where nothing much happens. And then all of a sudden the players are in time trouble. And then everything happens. So it's a bit deceiving to have so much time, but then the game is still not over. It's still not over. It's still going on. And then you suddenly only have 1 minute for the rest. Imagine 30 moves of the game, which is not a lot. Yes, so there's no extra time after move 40, which is why a lot of things is going to happen right here. So we're gonna jump around the games here and there to keep an eye on what's happening. I see a big jump here, but also in the game of Andrea against Cecile. What just happened? As I mentioned, Cecile is still surviving. Rook takes was played, knight takes king h2. See, she's still surviving, but it's really difficult to play. h6 is such a logical move. 97 was apparently really good. Oh, that was a missed opportunity. 97 check, and if king h8, there's queen takes here, attacking the bishop. I guess this was what was missed by the players, because 97 check, it stops the queen from defending the pawn on c7. So that was a free pawn, which was missed by both players. Knight e4 played, king h8, and now knight to b5. And now white is still grabbing that pawn on c7. Instead, yeah, what was instead supposed to be played? Apparently it was necessary to involve the bishop very quickly, but it feels very unnatural. So yeah, knight d7 played, and this allows queen takes c7, and black's position is simply falling apart. It may look like after queen takes, there's queen h5 check, and there's some repetition happening here. But after king g1 check, I think you can just play bishop f1 and you're safe. This knight is too far away, and I think this is lights out. So queen e6 played. Oh no! Oh no, queen e6 played. It's still fine, but this is definitely a worse version of what we just saw, because yeah, this is a problem. As now the pawn is still on c7, and this knight can get active. Yeah, because now you have to spend some more time. And I think maybe she's looking to take on c7 with the knight. Yeah, I'm curious why she didn't take on c7. There has to be a reason for it. Maybe she thinks that she has more attacking ideas with her queen on e6, more centralized. Maybe she's trying to take the pawn and then push the pawn on the d file. Queen h3 played, offering the queen trade. Of course, the queen, without the queens on the board, this is a much better endgame. Oh, queen f7. Are we going to see repetition, everybody? She might be opting for the repetition. Let me have a look. Let me check something, guys. No. Okay. Sorry. Is this not a free pawn still? Oh no, they might be repeating moves now. So if knight takes c7 now, I would be a bit worried about this knight getting very active. So for example, there might be an idea to play knight e5, queen f2, knight f3. And suddenly I'm not sure. Maybe it's still fine. I would be thinking of queen f2 here, but I guess queen h5 covers this, so you don't really have this move here. But yeah, there's some ideas there. Apparently bishop c8 helps, which is actually not so easy to find. But yeah, I think they're repeating. Queen h3, queen f7. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think they're repeating. Oh, threefold is on the board. Neither player is neither player is claiming the draw. After 5 repetitions, the arbiter has to get involved and declare the game a draw. But looking at the camera, they still seem to be continuing the game. Queen h3 played once again. Okay, they agreed to a draw. The game is agreed to a draw. It was close to 5 repetitions, but eventually we got there. Yeah, so after 3 repetitions, I actually I think there is 2 different arbiters. But yes, the male arbiter is getting involved now. But yeah, just to give you a heads up, everybody. So I think the games today are not delayed, or at least the delay didn't go through well. So we see the game still ahead of time. So even though the camera is delayed, it's not the only thing that is delayed. Yeah, so it's unfortunate today. So I'm seeing the live camera, and that's why. But yeah, the players agreed to draw, and the game has ended in a draw that way. So Cecile survived. She managed to survive. It was not looking good whatsoever, but she survived really well, finding this idea to try to go for a repetition, and opponent basically didn't see anything else other than going for it. Well, Dirk, you can check it out online as well. The tournament is live on chess.com, so you can check it out there. But yeah, today, unfortunately, the games are live instead of delayed. Yeah. Which is interesting because it seemed to have been... Like, I'm not sure how that was possible, because it was not... Like, we started 15 minutes later, and then somehow the boards caught up. I don't know how that happened. I am not sure how that happened. But in any case, let's move around. Let's move around, see what's happening. Ketevan is still in a winning position against Shambhavi. Shambhavi got her rook out, so that's good progress. But now this pawn is moving fast. This pawn is moving fast. Rook 8, a3, also very good. This knight is simply not able to do much. You want to try to get some activity on the king side, but it's all shut and locked down. h4, oh, what a cruel move. What a cruel move. Now the knight has to retreat as well. I suggest that we just get the live feed then, since we don't have the moves delayed. We can just get the live feed. Let me quickly sort that out. Can quickly sort this out. No, the other one. Great. We can just add this one right here for now. So things are looking a little bit different. But this way the board will be in sync with the screen over here. All right. Time travel. Yeah, we actually time traveled in the middle of the game, and I don't know how this happened, but it's okay. It's fine. Let me just quickly adjust some things. All right, perfect. Okay. Okay. Queen b3 on the board, attacking the rook, preparing a2. But you cannot queen just yet. The queen is protecting it. But okay, this is looking fantastic. The rook is getting involved soon. This should be lights out. What's happening in the game between Lara and Katarzyna? Also in time trouble. Some things have happened here. Okay, check was played first, and then rook takes b5, winning the pawn. And now Lara is playing on the light squares. Of course, she's doing it. Knight h2, the knight is maneuvering around. Knight is heading to g4. And slowly but surely, an opportunity will arise. She might even be looking to put her knight on f5, actually. Or d5, but I like f5 more. f5 is begging to be occupied by the knight. Although after knight g4, the question is what happens after f5. If you don't have an answer to this, black is just going to try to improve the position with f5. E takes f5, rook takes f5. Something feels very wrong here. I think it has to do with the fact that you can just put a bishop on e4 to try to target all the pieces on this diagonal. So she does play bishop d5 first. Good idea. So after f5 takes, rook takes, there's suddenly bishop e4, and this is quite crushing. So yeah, that's a nice way to prevent f5, but also to prepare rook b7. So this is looking very good for Lara. And I think she's winning this game. I think today we were very close to seeing 5 decisive results, but I think we will have 4 decisive results. I think. That is my prediction for now, but it's a bit unfair to say it at the end of the round. But it's looking like we have 4 decisive games. Queen f6, yeah, knight g4 is very inviting, but I will say there might be queen f3 possible. And then the knight is pinned. So maybe knight g4 is too soon, but it's very inviting. Okay, rook b7 first. Why not? You can also play king g2 and then play knight g4 because you're not in a rush. So rook b7, very clever move to keep the tension in the position. And if knight e7, then we would be happy to play knight g4. Because if I put this on the position, over here knight g4, queen f3, then the knight is hanging on e7, so we just win the piece. So that's a good moment to play knight e7. But for now, rook b7 is on the board. Knight h8, oh. Yeah, well. It's a great way to defend. But it's possibly one of the worst moves in chess, to play knight h8. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to play that. But for defensive purposes, I don't see a better move than this in this game. So it keeps the position at least going. It keeps the game going. It's always very difficult to win a game where you have so much activity and then your opponent defends so well that it's really difficult to find the final punch. How do you actually win this game? You have such a crushing position, but it's actually not so easy to figure out how to win this. I would start with king g2. It's doing a fantastic job defending. And also it gives space to the queen to play queen g6. If you get into an endgame, I think you would be very happy here with black. So I expect king g2, but I guess Lara might be thinking about what do I do after queen g6, because you need to have a plan here. King g8. Works, yeah. King g2 played. Yes, just doing nothing. Also, it is sort of a prophylaxis against queen f3. So remember, if you play knight g4, there's queen f3, which is a bit unpleasant. So by playing king g2, we stop any sort of queen f3 from happening, and we prepare knight g4. So it can be helpful. But now queen g6, and the game continues. Oh, I see that the game finished. I believe Keti has won her game against Shambhavi. Fantastic conversion of Keti. She played this out very nicely. The queens were traded off, but rook b2. If you take the pawn, you lose the knight on e2. Rook takes pawn, takes knight c3, stops the pawn for now, but d4, bishop a2, and lights out. So, very nice game by Keti. Interesting opening. It was a shaky start for both players. There were some opportunities for both players at the beginning of the game. But later on, as soon as Keti had the upper hand, she played very nicely and she converted this to a full point. So, congrats to Keti also winning her first round game. And, yeah. She played a good game. Queen g6 on the board, indeed. Just quickly checking the rook endgame that we saw earlier. As I mentioned before, if there's someone that is going for the win here, it's black, and we see that white is slowly falling apart. Just to quickly dial back what we missed. Here, it looked like everything was still fine, but as I mentioned, white is under quite some pressure. Pawn is weak now. It was earlier pinned, now it's a weakness. And white is the one that has to defend, and sometimes it's a bit too difficult to do absolutely nothing. So black had a nice idea to push g5 and gain some activity this way, slowly improving the position, and now with king g2, apparently a mistake, allowing, I think f4 is a pretty nice move to try to take over on the king side. She's looking for a win here with black. Elmira doing amazing, showing how it's done. And this is what I was trying to say earlier, that she might be happy heading into an endgame because it's not easy to play here with white. She's the one putting pressure, and you can tell, you know, she's the one putting pressure, so it's much more difficult for white to play. And that is why, yeah, I'm sure she was feeling quite happy about being in this endgame. So, yeah, very practical decision. Get your opponent to an endgame when you're in such an equal position, and then anything can happen. Okay. For now, Elmira has some time, so let's quickly jump back to this game. Queens are off the board. Bishop takes f7. Oh, of course. Of course. I expected pawn takes for some reason. But I guess you're not much happier about this, because not only your king is stuck, but also your bishop and your knight. This is probably the worst position ever. So I guess that's why I think g6 is so bad. You have three pieces that can't function. So that's why knight takes g6, of course. Losing the pawn, but at least you have some activity. But at what cost? Because, yeah, you still don't have much activity. At least your pieces can move around a little bit, but yeah, white has too much activity going on here. The knight can still maneuver to e3, f5, this pawn is dropping. Yeah, this is a disaster. Even if you try to keep the knight on the board on g6, well, then bishop takes, king takes, knight moves to f5, and this is just a disaster. So that's why knight f5 was played. Katarzyna is playing really well to try to defend, but unfortunately against Lara it's not enough, as Lara is completely winning and slowly converting her advantage to a full point. Looking at the cameras, the players look like they're so focused in their classical game that they get their 30 minutes extra to their time, but they're not. They're not getting the extra 30 minutes. They're both low on time. Oh, what a move! Knight f6 played very nicely, fine by Lara. Knight f6 check. Obviously, if bishop takes, bishop e6 check. winning the rook. So that's why it was not captured by Katarzyna. King h8 played. And now what's next? 98? Yeah, 98. Pick up the pawn on d6. I like it. Knight of 6, very nice fancy move. Okay, knight h5 played. I like that too, because this bishop is not going anywhere. You just move the bishop, and then you take the piece on g7. Yeah, well... Very sad bishop on g7. Rook d8 played, very clever, because after bishop here, the rook can go to d7, defending the bishop, so... I really like the defensive spirit of Katarzyna, because this is how you save games. It may not work in this game, but it may work in the long run if you keep defending until the very last moment in your games. At some point, there will be a game where your opponent just crumbles out of nowhere. So it's important to stay sharp and to keep fighting, and you never know what might happen. So bishop d5 on the board. I expect rook d7 to be played. Even though she's completely losing, she's still trying and giving her best and fighting for it as much as possible. Because you never know, you might end up in a position where even though you're down a piece, still a drawn endgame. Is that over until the last mistakes are made? Exactly. Rook d7 played. And now the question is, will Lara trade the rooks, yes or no? I think no. Also probably not a good idea because her rook is much more active. Rook b8 played. I'm not even sure if that endgame would be winning without rooks because, yeah, this f-pawn is not really going anywhere. I think for now she has to activate the king. Get the king involved. We need another piece. We don't have enough attack going on with these three pieces. We need a fourth piece, which is the king. So it would be nice to have the king get involved as well. Yeah, a great king walk. Okay, this other game also, the play is around 30 seconds. Oh, something happened. Wait, what just happened? f4 was played. Okay, that was my move as well. Rook e1. And apparently rook b8 is not good at all. Wow. Why would that be? G takes f4, G takes f4. Is there some problem with rook h1? I think rook h1 is a problem because you cannot take on b3 due to rook h6 check and you lose the rook. Ouch. So that's why it was important to keep the rook here. Capture has been made. Yeah, so that's why it was important to keep the rook on h8. Instead, rook b6 was the better move, which is difficult to play because it allows rook takes c5, right? But it was the way to try to get an advantage by getting both rooks involved into the attack. Now rook h1 and rook h6 is quite an annoying threat. How is black going to deal with this? With only 1 minute on the clock, Elmira down to 1 minute is not a lot of time to try to figure this out. She'll have to move the king. Or the rook, but I would rather move the king in this case. The king does not feel safer. King f5 is a logical move. Funnily enough, this allows e6 check. e6 check is incredible. Because if you take, then you lose the rook, right? So, after e6 check, this is mate. That's an absolute horror story. And if king g4? Another horror story. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, like this is forced mate. There's no way to stop this. e6 would be a brilliant move here. Is Anusha going to find this? e6 check. We're about to find out. Because if she doesn't play it, it's game over. e6 is the only move to try to complicate matters. Every other move is just allowing defeat. She plays it! She plays e6 check. It's on the board. What a find by Anusha. e6 check. Why not? Why not? Because king takes, you lose the rook on the 6th rank. And if you go anywhere on the 4th rank, you're getting checkmated. Elmira cannot move the king to the 4th rank. She has to play either king f6 or king g6 and just continue the game as is. She might not win the game though. But I know for a fact that she will lose the game if she pushes the king further up the board. And I also know that she is very capable of finding the right moves here. So let's see what she decides to do. King f6 or king g6. She has less time though, so that's worrisome. But she'll probably play king f6. She plays? No! Oh. Oh no. Oh no, what a heartbreak. Oh no. Oh, this is so tempting, king g4. Oh, we can see her on the camera. I think she's... Maybe she was already like this, but king g4 is a tragical move. Oh. Oh my goodness. Goodness me. I don't know what's happening. Oh my goodness. Rook dh5 was a forced mate because there is no way to stop rook h4 mate. You can delay the mate by f3 check king f2, but this is unstoppable. And then Anusha plays the wrong move and she's in a losing position. If black would have played rook g8, but she didn't play it. She played f3 check, and after king f2 rook takes, it's back to equal. Nothing happened. Nothing happened whatsoever. This was just an illustrative, instructive, educative moment. Oh, king h4 is not the right move either. Oh. Well, I guess the problem is that if you play king f4, you're accepting that this will end in a draw, right? Or maybe you just got the king more active. I guess it's not necessarily draw. But yeah, king h4 is too passive. Oh, king g4. Oh, repeating. Okay, no, I think Elmira will play king f4. It would make sense. Wow, what a game. So much for saying that Elmira would have the upper hand in the endgame. Well, she did, but it got very dicey all of a sudden. Now you can see how we watch you when you use too much time. It's always, oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, this was incredible. I think the other game finished, by the way, so we can quickly take a look at what happened over there. Oh, a checkmate happened! Oh, that is beautiful. So rook e7, rook d8. They moved the rooks around a little bit, and as Katarzyna tried to become active with her pieces, she allowed checkmate in one. Yeah, I mean, sooner or later would have been lights out anyway because the king was getting closer. But this is a nice finish, a great win by Lara in a position where not much seemed to be happening. It was a very equal game, but then all of a sudden it got complicated. And yeah, Katarzyna allowing this square to be so weak was really the problem in her position, and it also ended in that way. The bishop went to f5 with a checkmate. So congrats to Lara. Tough game for Katarzyna, but I'm sure she will bounce back with her resilience, as we have seen today. The highest rated player in the tournament is Klaudia Kulon with, I believe, it says 2395 rating. And then Lara Schulze is on 2345. But I believe Lara is fighting for the WGM norm. So she is a great contender to get a WGM norm in this event. I'm not sure how many norms she already has, but I think she doesn't have the title just yet. Also, this game seems to be heading for a draw. I think the players agreed to a draw, and there it is. So much for my prediction that there would be 4 decisive games, but I guess after what we just witnessed on this game, I think in this game it made sense that the end result is a draw. If you don't find the way to win the game, and if you, yeah, for both sides, I guess, then a draw is fair. Why are we commenting this event specifically? I have been asked to commentate on this event, and this is the official commentary happening both on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm streaming on my channels, but also on the English Chess Federation YouTube channel, so definitely check them out, as they're posting a lot of great content for English chess, and a lot of events that are being hosted in England, and one of them is this event. So yeah, we had a few near heart attacks at the end. I wonder if the players were aware of this at the end of the game or during the game, but maybe Elmira saw something, I don't know. But yeah, this was quite a thriller of a game. So an active king isn't always good in endings. Yeah, turns out an active king can get checkmated too, so yeah. So yeah, well everybody, that brings us to the end of today's round. So just to quickly summarize, we have 3 leaders right now. We have, I believe, yeah, the top 3 players, Ketevan, Klaudia, and Lara on 1 point. And then we have a couple of players on half a point. We have Cecile, Andrea, Almira, and Anusha. And then Katarzyna, Kamila, and Shambhavi with 0 points, as they lost their games today. So we have seen a lot of fighting chess today, a lot of excitement in today's round. So this is... yeah, this is going to be a very exciting tournament to follow. Remember, we are only covering the afternoon rounds of this tournament and the final round, which is happening in the morning. So tomorrow, round 2 starts in the morning. I will not be covering that, but of course, I'll be taking a closer look at it. I'll be keeping an eye on it to see what is happening, and we can talk about it in the broadcast tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching today's show. I hope you enjoyed the games today as much as I did. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And I look forward to see the action tomorrow of the 11th Menchik Memorial Tournament. So thank you guys for tuning in. I will be taking my leave, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow as well. And make sure to check out the information all on the website. We have a command in my Twitch channel. But yeah, make sure to check out the tournament information, as it's a very important Norm event. So stay tuned.